Live from the CNWT.
Wait, what's the CNWT?
Central Northwest Tucson, duh.
It's DK on the Sports Tip with your host, David Kelly.
Radio. Just when I thought I was out, they drug me back in.
Featuring J.W. Madden.
Don't tell me about flip-flops, man. I'm a native.
David Amata.
Hey, that's Dragon Ball to you.
And Cricket getting you home with traffic and weather.
Camp on Melt Lemon, not in the left lane on the freeway.
Here we go! And now, a man who has not one, but three first names, David Scott Kelly.
And a great Monday afternoon to you. Welcome back. Welcome to 2025. So great to be with you once again after our long Christmas break. I don't know about you. I think a lot of people were like, want more break. I was kind of ready to get back to work. Too much eating, too much imbibing, probably not enough exercise, and all of that stuff. A lot of games, a lot of watching of games, a lot of visiting with relatives and partying with new friends and smoking a lot of cigars and that kind of thing. I'll tell you, it's the vacation can be very festive for sure, but we are glad to be back with you here Monday through Friday between the hours of 3 and 6 talking sports with you. We've got the whole crew today. We've got J.W. Madden over there. Happy New Year, J.W. Madden.
Happy New Year, David Kelly.
We've got Dragon Ball, David Amata. Happy New Year, Dragon Ball.
Happy New Year.
All right. Well, we want to talk to you today as well. The number to get in on the program is 520-848-1290, 520-848-1290. We've got, of course, a lot to get to. If I can say, I can't even remember what my shots are on this on this show. It's been so long. We haven't had it. We actually have not had a real show since December the 20th. It's been all game broadcasts over the course of the last 2 weeks. And if you've been listening to Wildcats Radio 1290 today, a lot of changes that you've heard. We kind of talked about those changes before we went into the Christmas holiday. You heard you heard some of the same voices, just in a little bit different pattern than you're used to hearing them. Rich Eisen is now on middays. Is I kind of guess what we call that, middays, 10 to 1. So his show is now live. Before, when you were listening to Rich Eisen between 1 and 3, that was a tape delayed because Rich Eisen and Jim Rome's shows were actually being performed at the same time over the course of the last, since we started and brought Rich Eisen on board back in July. So as a result, we are contractually obligated to carry the Jim Rome show. And so we had to bump Rich Eisen to middays and tape delayed. So you might have been listening to Rich over the course of the last 7 months. Maybe you didn't even realize he was tape delayed. Because, again, it's one of those shows that just kind of flows with information and interviews, and they don't put a lot of timestamps on it, so you probably didn't even know that show was tape delayed. But it was. Now, though, it is live every day from 10 to 1. Then you get Jim Rome. Jim Rome moves into the 1 to 3 time slot here on Wildcats Radio 1290. And we'll let you. Why don't we, we'll do this right now. Let's let you hear how Jim Rome opened up his first. Now, this is, keep in mind, this is afternoon drive for him now on the East Coast. He has been doing that middays, late mornings shift for 30 years. Can you imagine doing the same job for 30 years? You know you're doing your job well if you can do it at the same time in this business for 30 plus years. He's a legend. He's a Hall of Famer. There's a reason for that. But he has moved his show now to afternoon drive. He's never hosted a show afternoon drive. That's hard to believe. I mean, as good of host is, and again, when you work in our business, The time frames you really want to work in are morning drive and afternoon drive. Now, I don't know if I could ever do morning drive because that's just – I am not a get up early in the morning type person. And to do morning drive, you pretty much have to get up at like 4 in the morning.
And Rome got his start in like the Amy Lawrence time slot, right? Like, what didn't he start out at like 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. like over in California
maybe.
when he first started out? I think his show originally was just for the night owls.
That's quite possible.
Yeah.
That's quite possible. But yeah, he's been on pretty much, I guess that would be noon to 3 Eastern for 30 years. So now he's moving to afternoon drive, 3 to 6 Eastern, which obviously here is 1 to 3. Now, the unfortunate part of this is that you're only going to get 2 hours of him during standard time because obviously our show comes on at 3. But you will get the full 3 hours once we get back to daylight time here in a couple of months. So just 2 more months to go, and you'll get your full 3 hours of Jim Rome back. Here is how the Pimp of the Box started out his show today.
What's cracking? A tremendous Monday to you. Welcome to the jungle. I am Jim Rome. Happy New Year. It feels incredible to be back after a couple of weeks off, and it does feel incredible to say this is the start of a brand new jungle era because after spending the last few decades in the same slot, today we start anew. Today, the show moves from noon to 3 Pacific and 3 to 6 Eastern, followed by the After Hour, our exclusive 4th hour for our Rome Fast channel. And the whole thing is a little weird, a little bizarre, but it's all awesome. What's cracking?
There you go. That was the Pimp in the Box starting out his show today, his new afternoon drive show. Even though he's on the West Coast, it's afternoon drive, but we don't even really care about their time slots anyway, East Coast. We just deal with us.
How long does it take you to drive home from work in L.A., though? Isn't it like a 5-hour drive anyway?
Yeah, it could very well, depending on where you live and where you're going.
Yeah, it depends on the tolls you pay, too, I imagine. That's probably
Do they
another...
have tolls in L.A. now?
Well, no.
They got a
I
new
don't
one in
think they
Jersey,
got-
I heard.
I know they
That's a
got
big story
tolls in the
today.
East.
Yeah.
Well, what was the story? Back
Big
east?
story is a new toll in Jersey. People are upset. Well, like this is the
Ooh.
first day back from work from rush hour, and somebody took a picture this morning. There's apparently a huge snowstorm coming as well. But
Yeah, I heard
they're always,
Washington was getting hit. Yeah.
they're always adding tolls out there.
I guess is that going over the bridge to Philly, or is that kind of more?
I think it was 60th Street is what I read.
Side?
I wouldn't know. I'd have to look at it on a map.
All right. Well, I'll have to deal with that next time I go back to
Yeah.
see my dad in Philadelphia, more than likely. 520-848-1290, 520-848-1290. So, yeah, so the bad part about it, obviously, is that you'll only get 2 hours of Jim Rome during the winter months. But, again, that's a shorter time frame. Standard time only goes from, November to March. So what's that, about 5 months? 4 months. December, January, February. 4 months. You only got 4 months of the downtime. For the other 8 months of the year, you'll have the full 3 hours of the Pimp in the Box. And if you absolutely, I believe, I don't, obviously you can listen to it on Twitter. He is still streaming that show on Twitter. So if you want the last hour, you don't want to listen to me and J-Dub and Dragon Ball and the great guests that we have, then, hey, that's your choice. You can go listen to the Jim Rome show on Twitter, Jim Rome on X, as they like to call it. I still call it Twitter because I'm not conforming to whatever that dude's name is.
It's always going to be Twitter.
That runs that network. So that's how that rolls. So if you want it the third hour, feel free. Is that a jet that I'm hearing
is, yeah.
over us? Wow. Okay. We don't get too many loud jets like that here in the CNWT, but we do today. All right, so we're going to dive into everything because we've been off for 2 weeks. So we'll get into Christmas break. We'll get into Arizona basketball.
A couple of things happened while we were gone.
Yeah, the Wildcats have won 4 games in a row. On the men's side, they're going to play tomorrow night in the rematch against West Virginia. We've got Bruce Pascoe coming up a little bit later in the 5 o'clock hour, 5:20 to 20-ish to be exact. He'll join us, and we'll talk some U of A basketball with Bruce, who's been on this long road trip. I mean, and the thing about not only the fact is this is a long road trip, but there's more days off in between. The Wildcats will have 2 full days off, which is very rare. I mean, there were some times in the Pac-12 where you had that, where you might play Wednesday, Saturday, or you might play Thursday, Sunday. But to me, it just seems longer when you think about they played early on Saturday, and now you've got it's like Sunday, Monday, and now you're playing Tuesday. It just seems a little bit longer to me than maybe what those others, because they were over the weekend versus this is kind of coming into the front part of the week, which is something we got to get used to now. This, we're going to have more games early in the week than we've been used to having. How have you guys even adjusted that to that yet? That we're going to have Monday, Tuesday, and maybe even I think there's a couple of Wednesday games. I just totally not used to that at this time of the year.
No, I mean, it's always been Thursday, Saturday for me going back to the 80s. But I just think it's really more player-based. It was interesting listening to them in the postgame the other night talking about how they have a day of rest before they travel and then another day of rest and then the second game of the road trip. So, yeah, that whole 1 day of rest. Think about it like this. If you play a 10 p.m. tip or 9 p.m. tip in, Corvallis, and then you got to go to Eugene and play at noon on Saturday. That whole scenario, it was less than 24 hours, DK, between games, really. So I think it's beneficial for rest, and they're going to need it because the Big 12 is going to require a lot of effort and energy in every game, especially on the road, to get a win.
And this is obviously a West Virginia team that is playing very, very well right now. So any extra days and extra preparation that you can take to get ready for them going to be much warranted. The rematch, as the Wildcats already played that team once this year and lost to them. All right, this is DK on the Sports Tip. Much more. One of the new things also that'll be taking place, we'll kind of let you know during standard time, is we'll have one extra break in this hour of the program. Normally we only have 3 breaks an hour. We'll have 4 breaks an hour in our 3 o'clock hour to make up for some spots and commercials that need to get played. So we're going to take that first break right now, come back and have much more for you. 520-848-1290 is the number to get on the program. You are listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes d'où?
Vous êtes d'où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
How's your French going?
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
O'Reilly. Keep your New Year's car care resolutions and save now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $12 gift card after rebate when you purchase 4 or more AC Delco Iridium spark plugs for your tune-up. Or protect your engine with Prestone Universal Antifreeze and Coolant, now just $16.99 a gallon. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Navy Federal Credit Union can help you dominate debt with a 0% intro APR on credit card balance transfers for 12 months. And right now, you could get $250 when you spend $2,500 using a Cash Rewards or Cash Rewards Plus card. Visit NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. After the intro rate expires, variable APRs are 15.15% to 18% based on creditworthiness. Rates are subject to change. ATM fees for cash advances are up to $1 at non-Navy Federal ATMs.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in to TGL Tuesday night, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. When you apply to University of Maryland Global Campus by February 12th, you'll pay no application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
We humans have a way of misplacing things, be it our keys, our socks, or that charging cord for our phone. That's why the 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid is such a lifesaver. Wireless charging keeps that phone all juiced up so it's ready to use as your Hyundai digital key when you can't seem to find yours. As for the socks, well, that's on you. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid with advanced tech for humans who are just that, human. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Sports fans in Tucson can't survive without 1290. In the fall, we bring you Arizona football, the NFL, and the Super Bowl. Then 1290 brings you Arizona men's basketball. And in the spring, Arizona baseball. Wildcats Radio 1290.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, it's Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic and weather together. With a collision, Linda Vista and Thornydale and Linda Vista reported collision. Also, a hit and run, Orange Grove and Camino de la Tierra. Crash that did occur on westbound I-10 near Irvington, Palo Verde. A little bit of slowing on westbound I-10 near Valencia. And for your weather, 68, mostly sunny tomorrow. 55, the high on Wednesday. Wednesday's overnight low near 31 at 70 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic and weather together.
This report is sponsored by Taco Bell. Taco Bell's new crispy chicken nuggets are full of surprises. All white meat chicken breaded in crispy tortilla chips with Hidden Valley Fire Ranch sauce, blending Taco Bell Fire Sauce and Hidden Valley Ranch flavors. The new crispy chicken nuggets, available at participating stores, limited time only while supplies last.
DK on the sports tip on Wildcats Radio 1290.
Here's KJ Lewis with the rebound. Drive, stops, free throw line. Out to Vasar. Drives on Page to the bucket and slam it home. Poster dunk for Henry Vasar.
Big time shot fake and go and finish by Henry Vasar.
Cross midcourt. Round a screen from Love. Drives the lane all the way to the bucket and just lays it in. And the Wildcats back on top. Nobody picked him up. That was the key to JB in the first half. 66-64 Arizona.
Arizona Wildcats go on the road. First road game in the Big 12 Conference over the weekend, Saturday, and win at number 16 Cincinnati, 72-67. They will play West Virginia in Morgantown on a Tuesday. Our coverage will begin tomorrow in the afternoon at 1:30. That is a 5 o'clock tip-off in Morgantown, and so we'll have you from 1:30 to 4:30. Network coverage at 4:30, tip-off at 5, and then we'll be back with you after the game tomorrow, hopefully talking about an Arizona Wildcats sweep of their first Big 12 road soiree. We talked a little bit after the game on Saturday, and we'll get the thoughts of Dragon Ball on
Progressive
this
Commercial Inch,
because he was not here. But the thing that kind of stood out, obviously, Dragon Ball, there were a lot of things that stood out. When you looked at that game statistically, you would not have thought, if you'd picked up the stat sheet and looked at it, you would not have thought the Wildcats would have won the game by 5 points. Out-rebounded, only 8 assists in the contest. Didn't really shoot the three-point shot very well. I think they actually had less points in the paint than Cincinnati, and didn't get a lot of fast break points either in that ball game. But the thing that kind of stood out to me was that is just kind of the game that Jaden Bradley played, and that was that we kind of have seen him, at least during the early part of this, what is now a 4-game win streak, kind of be the distributor, getting up. I think he'd had 4 games or three games of 6 assists, and a game of 3 assists over the course of the last 4 games prior to the Cincinnati game. He only dished out 2 assists in that game, so really wasn't distributing to the effect that he had in the previous 4 games, but was more aggressive, taking the ball to the basket and looking for his shot. And is that something that occasionally, when we think about Jaden Bradley and the kind of point guard he's going to be, are there going to be nights like what we saw Saturday where he's just going to be that aggressive point guard that's driving and looking to score versus being that point guard that's driving and looking to find other teammates.
Well, I'm going to ask you, when you drive to the paint and if you don't get the bucket, what do you have to get? You have to get the foul.
Right.
The biggest thing about that contest is you had 21 points come from the free throw line. That was a game where the Wildcats really won it from the free throw line. Again, they only lost 6 points on the free throw line. Meanwhile, Cincinnati, they were just over 50% from the line, 12 of 23 from the free throw line. So the biggest thing about it is if you're going to be aggressive.
Hack a Mitchell.
Yeah, you have to be able to go ahead and get into the lane. And if you can't get the bucket, you've got to make good on the fouls when you get fouled and go to the line. Seeing the team still have that effectiveness from the free throw line. We've been talking about it a lot through the non-conference schedules that, is this going to be a free throw line kind of season where that's going to decide a game or lose a game for the Wildcats? This was a game where the free throw line decided it for the Wildcats. Again, seeing that 19-point lead suddenly disappear in the final 5 minutes or so of that contest, because again, the Cincinnati Bearcats went on a run there in the last part of that second half, going 9-0 and just really kind of trying to get the game back into their control. That's going to happen in the Big 12. There's going to be times where the home team gets that sudden juice from their court, and they're going to push it. And the Cats survived it. Granted, it was a lot closer than what it probably should have been in the grand scheme of things, but if you survive at the free throw line and you just weather the storm in those final minutes, you'll eventually come out with a couple wins. And Brian Jeffries mentioned it a lot during that broadcast. People in the Big 12 say if you win 10 games on the road, you're a tournament team. So that's 1 out of 9 more that the Cats got to win to be potentially in conversation.
10 games on the road in conference.
In conference.
Well, that'd be 10-0, right?
Because
there's 20 total. Yeah. So, no, I think the old adage has always been half your road games.
Half the road games.
Take care of your home court and win half your road games if you can. If someone goes 10-0 in this year's Big 12 on the road, I think that would be outstanding. That would be nobody would expect that.
Right. Well, I think I might have just found our question of the day today.
What's that?
How many road games do you think this team can win in this conference?
Man,
it's gonna be rough.
I don't know. I'll have to look at the schedule real quick on JB, though. The best backcourts I've ever seen in my 50 years watching Arizona basketball are the ones with multiple options at multiple guard spots. And you think about the Khalid Reeves, Damon Stoudemire backcourt. We talked a lot about that. The 97 team, obviously, that cut the nets down. They had multiple guys. Mike Bibby, if you wanted to put 30 on, you could. If you wanted 10 assists, Miles Simon, same. Dacian Terry, clearly a scoring combo guard. And the pass first John Stockton-style guard is kind of not a thing anymore in basketball these days. Everybody kind of has to be able to score. And what happened in that game versus Cincinnati is they shaded so much extra attention to Caleb Love. Jaden Bradley made a really good recognition of that and was much more aggressive because, like the great Kelvin Ifon said in the postgame, they were playing Arizona for those passing lanes. That's why you only had 8 assists from the Cats in a win. Jaden Bradley recognized that, understood that those passing lanes they were playing specifically to cut off the Arizona assist numbers. They didn't want to see 20 assists from that Arizona team. Jaden Bradley, much more aggressive, went to the basket, got fouled. Just like Dragon Ball said, they really were attacking the rim, aggressive attacking the rim, knowing that the Cincinnati Bearcats are trying to take away what Arizona does really well. What are they coming off of, like back-to-back game with 24 assists?
Yeah.
So they weren't the Bearcats did not want to see Arizona playing free and easy and smooth basketball. And that, despite what Arizona did, that is one of the 5-10 best defensive teams in the country. That's a very, very good team. They got a couple of guys on that team that are just nightmares to try to match up against with. So huge win, and let's see if they can keep it going tomorrow.
520-848-1290 is the number for you to get in on the program. You can call us at that number. You can text us at that number. Dragon Ball, would have been your thoughts on the emergence of the big man, Henry Vesar?
Well, you needed that. You needed him to go ahead and show that coming off the bench. Again, we're not going to see Krivas for the rest of the season due to the surgery that he is undergoing. We wish him the best, obviously. But if you're going to lose a big 6-footer, 6'10", 7-foot guy. You need the other 6'10", near 7-foot guy to be that next guy to step up. And if Vesar can do what he did in that game, the thing about it, you mentioned the lack of offensive rebounding. When Vesar got the offensive boards, he put them back. I mean, he was getting those second chance points a lot in that contest, including one where he fought over about 2 guys to get back and dunk it down on top of it. And that's one thing I want to see more of. Be aggressive to the rim. Don't try to be settling for a little bit of a little hook shot over the top or some of those nice little jumpers out of the post. Dunk the ball on the rim. That's going to be the one thing the Big 12 is going to try to do the U of A this year, is try to show that, no, this is how we play basketball here. This isn't the Pacific Coast. This isn't the Pac-10, Pac-12 era. This is how we play Big 12 basketball. You get Vesar in there dunking on guys, it's going to be one of those moments like in the story about the Texas Western team in the movie, where the guy dunks on on the other player that didn't take the opportunity to play at Texas Western, saying, "Hey, coach says hi," and walk over him and go back down the court, play defense. That's what you got to do to some of these guys, because they want to see what these guys are made out of.
It's such a misnomer, right? Because if you look at the Bruins and the Wildcats over the last 25, 30 years, those are very physical, aggressive, strong teams. There's this whole like Pac-12 is weak type of nonsense. It's really that the officials in the conference called games super tight, and therefore you could not be overly aggressive on defense. Did you guys watch that Cincinnati game? I mean, there were so many body checks and hand checks that the refs let go. I think that bodes well for the Arizona Wildcats and their style, especially under Coach Lloyd, because they're going to play aggressive style of man-to-man defense. And the fact that the refs are letting the guys play, I think is in their advantage, because, I mean, if anybody's looking at the Arizona rosters from the past 10, 15 years and looking at, quote, soft guys or whatever, you're not looking. You might look at a box score and say that, but a lot of that has to do with how the refs are calling it, and they're letting them play right now. So, but back to Vesar, it's so different. It'd be fun to watch, DK, because, you know, Krivas is really more of a Karnowski, like Chet Holmgren. Like, let's establish a guy in the post who you have to deal with. At 7'3" with hooks, he's got touch around the rim. That was a guy going into the season they expected to be their number one option. Let's go into Krivas and make them collapse on him, which will open up shooters. But Henry Vesar is a much, much more active big, really can move his feet out there, really like his ability to put the ball on the court maybe once or twice, and like Dragon Ball said, very happy attacking the rim. He's a very aggressive big, likes to finish over guys. So it'll be interesting to see, because they're really not, DK. I didn't see a lot of post-ups. Yeah. I saw a lot of 4-out, 5-out type of stuff. And so with Vesar, the ability to knock the shot down, and he's a threat, 1-2 dribbles and attacking the rim. Completely different look than Mo Krivas. Going to still take a little bit of time of adjusting to that style, but loving what we're seeing the last few games, especially from Henry. He's just really embracing that opportunity and that role to step into that role as a scoring big for the Cats.
Just so active at both ends of the floor at offense and defense as well. All right, DK on the sports tip. We've got much more coming up for you. We will dive into the NFL, the end of the NFL season. The playoffs are set. My team's not playing. Dragon Ball's team is playing.
Are they?
But how long are they going to last?
Are they playing?
Is the question. Yeah, I don't know. They don't look very good. They're not. They didn't finish the way that you want to finish.
Don't worry, Mike Tomlin said we're going to raise hell in December. Well, this is a certain version of it. I'll tell you that.
There we go. It is DK on the Sports Tip along with Dragon Ball and JW Madden. I'm David Kelly. You're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
The Zope Family Circus brings their old world Italian charm back to Tucson, January 10th through 26th. For the 14th year in a row, the legendary Old World Zope Family Circus returns, setting up their big top tent in the parking lot on the corner of Congress and Avenida del Convento in the Mercado District. For 178 years, the Zope Family Circus has enchanted audiences with wonder, magic, and humor. Make family memories that will last a lifetime. For tickets and more information on the Zope Family Circus, visit mercadodistrict.com/Zope. That's mercadodistrict.com/Zope, ZOPPE.
And this Friday, we have a sweet deal for you from the Zope Family Circus. you can get an admission ticket for just $12.50. That's half off the original price. And this sweet deal goes on sale this Friday morning at 8:30 at wildcatsradio1290.com.
And that's why I always come up with the best ideas. All right, you had a good idea last month.
Yep, people really loved getting a brand new Alaskan AC Grizzly with 12 months, no payments, and no interest.
Plus a 10-year guarantee on parts and labor.
It was a good idea, Gary.
Bet you can't pull another rabbit out of your pants.
Hat.
Bet I can. Bet you can't.
All right, settle down. Let's hear Gary's idea for this month.
Let's do it again. Do it again? That's your idea? Not good? Not good? It's
brilliant.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Gross.
Give the people what they want.
Another month to get in on the best thing we do all year.
Folks can get the AC that was built for Arizona summers.
They can get it and make no payments until 2026. And they're getting 10 years parts and labor covered.
Then it's settled. Alaskan AC is giving you another chance to get our exclusive made for Arizona air conditioner.
The Grizzly.
AlaskanAC.com.
DK on the Sports Tip, 3 to 6 weekdays.
It is the weekend. Woo!
Peach Mania and the Green Chili Roast tomorrow and Sunday.
Green chili what? Wait, what?
Green Chili Roast. They'll like roast up the green chilies for you.
I'll be there.
I know, right? You can buy like a 50-pound burlap sack
Nothing
of chilies.
smells better than green chilies roast.
So good, right?
I don't know what I'm doing yet for fun this weekend.
You're going to the mud pit.
I don't think I'm going to the mud pit.
Wildcats Radio 1290.
All right, she's inside. Are you good?
Yeah. It's just, she's my baby girl, you know?
I do, and ceramic coating was a good choice.
She's beautiful.
Yep, I know.
Recon Auto Detailing. Enhance or restore your baby to her former glory with paint recondition, ceramic coating, paint protection, tinting, and more for full protection of your vehicle inside and out. New cars, old cars, we love them all. Recon Auto Detailing, 3829 North Oracle Road, Tucson. ReconDetail.com.
Hey homeowners, are you ready to chill out and go green? Goodfellas Air Conditioning can help. Introducing our latest lineup of energy-efficient systems featuring the new R32 refrigerant. It's cooler, greener, and better for the planet. You'll enjoy lower energy bills and a smaller carbon footprint. Not a fan of change? Goodfellas has a surplus of reliable R410 systems available. Unsure about what system you have or have questions? Give us a call for a free inspection. Goodfellas Air Conditioning, keeping it cool, keeping it green, and always keeping you comfortable.
Don't miss a minute of the best Arizona Wildcats coverage in town. Tell Alexa, play Wildcats Radio 1290. This is your home of Arizona football, men's basketball, and baseball. Wildcats Radio 1290.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290.
520-848-1290. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. You can call us at that number. You can text us at that number. You can follow this show. We are streaming video on 3 separate platforms: YouTube, Facebook Live, as well as Twitch. And, of course, you can respond and interact with the show on those 3 platforms, as well as Twitter. Not streaming the show on Twitter, but you can always interact with us on the Twitter platform. You can also listen to the show on a number of different streaming platforms as well. Our website, Wildcats Radio 1290, our app, Wildcats Radio 1290, and any of your mobile personal devices like Alexa or Google Play. Just tell them to throw Wildcats Radio 1290 on, and they will do so for you. Don't forget to download our app because our app slaps. There's a lot of good things on our app right now. If you pull it up, you've got the recap of the Cardinals' big win yesterday. We'll dive into that coming up a little bit later. Maybe the most interesting thing you're going to see on our platform, on our app, is the, quote, angry Suns out to change fortunes tonight against the surging 76ers. Things are not going well right now up on Planet Orange. They have lost 7 of their last 8 ball games. Coach Budenholzer apparently is making changes to the lineup. There may be one or more disgruntled players on the team, so this whole move to bring in Bud to manage the big three so far, we've talked all season to this point about the injuries to Kevin Durant and how that's kind of scuttled a lot of the early momentum that this team was hoping to build. They couldn't seem to win a game when he wasn't in the lineup, but now they may have bigger issues than just Kevin Durant. We'll get into all of that here coming up straight ahead. But first, as we always do, every 20 minutes on the 5, Cricket is getting you home with your traffic and your weather.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is your Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic. Earlier collision occurred on the westbound side of I-10 near Irvington, Palo Verde. Still a little bit of freeway slowing on the westbound side of I-10 near Irvington, Palo Verde. Crash on the northwest side at Thornydale and Linda Vista in Thornydale. 68, mostly sunny for tomorrow. For Wednesday, our high near 55 with the low near 31. 70 and sunny now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic and weather together.
This report is sponsored by Cool Willie's Air and Plumbing. At Cool Willie's Plumbing, they'll help you with drain cleaning, water treatment, sewer repairs, and replacements. Trust the big guy. Contact Tucson's most respected plumbing experts at coolwillies.com, where they are big enough to help and small enough to care. That's coolwillies.com. coolwillies.com.
All right, Wildcats and West Virginia, that'll be tomorrow night. Don't forget, 5 o'clock will be the tip-off on that game. You'll hear it right here on Wildcats Radio 1290. Ladies also have a big game coming up this week. They're going to host Baylor, number 23 Baylor coming up, although the rankings may have changed. I'll have to see if that's updated. They were number 23 over the weekend, but Baylor coming to town on Wednesday night at McHale Center. And then we got a doubleheader coming up on Saturday, both the men and the women will be playing. The women will play at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The men will play Central Florida later in the evening. I believe the ladies are playing Iowa State early. So we'll look forward to a whole day of basketball here in Tucson on Saturday. Back to the Suns, though. So this is what apparently is happening in the midst of the fact that Phoenix has lost 7 of their last 8 games. The Suns have taken Bradley Beal and Jusuf Nurkic out of the starting lineup for tonight's road game against the Philadelphia 76ers. That is a 5 o'clock tip, so coming up in about an hour and a half in Philadelphia. Rookie Ryan Dunn and big man Mason Plumlee are expected to start tonight for the Suns. They are also dealing with another injury. Royce O'Neal is out for the foreseeable future. Guys, things have fallen apart on Planet Orange.
Can we do a Bradley Butler, Jimmy Beal type of situation here?
It's funny because the biggest thing about this whole conglomeration.
Did you start
problems.
to say insurrection?
Well, the insurrection, everything else. No, I did not say that.
It's January 6th.
This whole thing that's been going on with the Suns, it's so difficult to figure out where they go from here just because the entire problem is that Bradley Beal has a no-trade clause in his contract. So he literally has to agree to a team to be traded somewhere. And hopefully, if he does have a list of teams that the Heat are in that market, because, again, the Suns have been in talks about being potentially in the contention for the Jimmy Butler sweepstakes, which that marriage seems to be falling apart.
Well, here's the problem. They're over the second apron, are the Suns. So that means since the new CBA was signed 2 years ago, if you fall over the second apron, you cannot trade mid-season unless what comes back matches the salary that's going out. And Bradley Beal makes $50 million this year with the no-trade clause. Even if he were to waive his no-trade clause, because they're already over the second apron, they have the highest salary in the entire league, do the Suns. They can't get anything back for Beal unless it exceeds or matches what they're giving out. So that really handcuffs what they can do. Obviously, Jimmy Butler, very disgruntled down there, got suspended for 7 games. But whether or not they can make that work, I mean, we don't have the time because we have a short segment right now, TK. But to me, I love the people who are passionate about Yusuf Nurkic coming over, the rebounding, the toughness inside. He brought all things that one former Arizona Wildcat who was their center wasn't bringing, right? Well, the issue there is that Wildcat center who did get traded, DeAndre Ayton, was one of the best centers in the league at moving his feet on pick and rolls at the top. And right now, the Suns' biggest issue is getting scored on. They can't get stops. And so, it's kind of a mess when you've got 3 number ones, right? 3 number one options on your roster. As soon as one gets a little bit, we've seen this script, Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw the New Jersey Nets with their big 3. We've seen a lot of teams try to come together. The 76ers, same kind of deal. Come together and after a year or two get blown up because people's egos get hurt or whatever. All I know is that there's way too much talent on that roster for them to lose 7 out of 8 games. They got to figure out some way. And, Budenholzer's a bit of a defensive-minded guy. So whatever changes, Ryan Dunn in the starting lineup is a good start. And I think Plumlee's out there because he can really get it up and down. He is a lot more mobile. But we'll see what happens with those guys coming off the bench. I know Beal's a professional, but we'll see how long that situation lasts. And the real story, like Dragon Ball said, is if a wave of the no trade is going to happen.
He's missed 10 games this year, Bradley Beal, but he has started all 23 games of which he's played, averaging 18 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. He has not come off the bench in 9 years since he was early in his career with the Washington Wizards. We'll dive much more into this situation. Suns and Sixers coming up tonight. Tip-off at 5 o'clock. I also believe we've got a top play on that game coming up for you a little bit later from BetQL, courtesy of our friends over at Oro Ford up in Oracle. DK on the sports tip, much more straight ahead. Again, a lot more breaks in this first hour as we pay the bills, and they're paying the bills is never a good thing when you're starting off a new year. Along with JW Madden and Dragon Ball, I'm David Kelly. You're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? Yeah, you bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code 1290WILDCAT. That's code 1290WILDCAT for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. 21 and over. Arizona only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Get your backyard summer ready with a custom pool from First Choice Pools. A backyard oasis built around you. First Choice is a full-service builder of beautiful in-ground pools and backyard designs for years of staycations. If you want to dive in this summer, now is the time to visit TucsonPoolBuilder.com. First Choice Pools for installs, renovation, remodeling, and repair. Get started today at TucsonPoolBuilders.com. Ask about our 60-day pool. To be summer ready, First Choice is the only choice.
We get you so close to McHale, it sounds like the Arizona Pep Band is riding in your back seat.
What the hell is going on?
This is the home of Arizona men's basketball. You're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
And the Wildcats have won it. What a day in McHale Center. What's the best part of being at McHale Center live for Arizona basketball? Being right up against the action, witnessing history, and not only watching the game, but feeling that. Join the party because the place to be in Tucson is McHale Center with 15,000 of your closest Wildcat friends. Help your Wildcats protect home court and lock in your tickets today. Call 520-621-2287 or visit ArizonaWildcats.com. Bear down. Go Cats.
Go Wildcats! As a new season starts, the Tucson Police Department bears down with the Tucson community. We are looking to build our team, and we need you. Interested in joining our starting lineup? Visit jointucsonpd.org. Join our team and score a great career. From our commissioned officers to our professional staff, the Tucson Police Department proudly stands behind the Arizona Wildcats. Bear down and apply today at jointucsonpd.org.
The Wildcats play here. This is your home of Arizona Wildcats football, men's basketball, and baseball. This is the home of the Wildcats. You're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Is Cialis Daily really better than Viagra?
If you like spontaneity, the answer is yes. So when the mood strikes, you're ready to go.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
When you take it, you're ready to go.
Does Cialis Daily last longer than Viagra?
Guys are raving that their results last even longer.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Are 30-day sample packs available?
You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TryRexMD.com with generics at just $1 per tablet, if appropriate. Online approval at TryRexMD.com is simple, with medication delivered direct to your door. There's no copay, no doctor office visit, and your shipping is always free. Visit TryRexMD.com to get your sample pack. That's TryRexMD.com.
Have you ever lifted a piece of furniture only to discover the carpet underneath looks brand new while the rest of it looks, well, not brand new? That's when you realize you need new carpet. At the Home Depot, we have a wide selection of all the top brands. Best of all, installation is included. So all you need to do is choose something that matches your style. Start your carpet project today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Installation included with qualifying purchases. Exclusions apply. For licenses, see homedepot.com/license numbers.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290.
520-848-1290, 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. You can call us at that number. You can text us at that number. Our first hour of the show, talking Arizona men's basketball, talking Phoenix Suns. The Suns will play tonight in Philadelphia against the Sixers. Lineup changes expected. Phoenix 1-7 in their last 8 games, 3-10 since December 7th, 7-17 since they started the year at 8-1. And maybe making this whole thing a little bit more perplexing is the fact that your big three have, for the most part, been healthy and on the court in the last few weeks. But as the guys were saying, a lot of things not translating right now. Yusuf Nurkic expected to be headed to the bench along with Bradley Beal, with the youngster Ryan Dunn coming off the bench to start along with Mason Plumlee. Team got blown out last night in Indiana by Ben Mathurin, TJ McConnell, and the Pacers. Beaten big by the Pacers for the second time in less than a month. After the ball game, Mike Budenholzer saying that the Suns' defense has got to drastically improve.
Defensively, I think got to be better on that end of the court. Give ourselves a chance to get out and play faster, play random. That's when we're at our best offensively. So we got to get stops to make that happen. We probably got to generate more randomness, more pace, more things, with pace, with force, even when the other team has scored. Keep working to get all of them, even better looks. Look at, how we find the other guys that are playing with those guys, get them easy baskets too. So, we got to look at it. But, those guys generate good looks for themselves and for their teammates, and we just got to keep working to get even better. We just got to compete, dig into that, lean into that spirit, lean into that mindset, and that'll give us our best chance.
70 points the Suns allowed in the second half of that loss to the Pacers. Indiana had 35 assists and only 8 turnovers. Devin Booker after the ball game saying, "The vibes are low, man. We just have to keep fighting, though." It's going to be interesting to see can this team pull them? Can this current group pull themselves out of it? I mean, and I've talked before, like, do you really? I mean, again, and like we had the conversation with our girl Lena Washington up in Phoenix. Do you really want to throw whatever it was, $240 million at Kevin Durant? Is that going to fix this problem that this team has right now? I don't know about that. I think I might want to take that money and spend it a little bit more wisely than on a 36-year-old guy who, again, can still play this game at a high level. But at some point, you got to look at the big picture and in terms of how that relates to your fiscal responsibility. And throwing $240 million at one guy just does not seem like the answer to me.
You're the Suns fan, Dragon Ball.
It's hard because this is a situation, like, I can't figure out how it got so wrong so quickly outside of the fact that everybody suddenly started playing to their age. Because Kevin Durant's got a lot of mileage on his legs. Yeah. Let's not pretend that he's a young spring chicken.
4 Olympics and a lot of playoff games.
4 Olympics, a lot of playoff games. Torn Achilles tendon in the NBA Finals. A lot of NBA Finals appearances with the Warriors, where you're playing, games going into April, late into the season for 3 or 4 consecutive seasons. You end up getting drained a lot. And same thing with Chris Paul, who had been really, in essence, had to do everything for almost every franchise he was a part of. And then you add on to the fact that you trade out Chris Paul to bring in a Bradley Beal, who has never really had a point in his NBA career where he's been healthy. And suddenly everybody's bodies are wearing down. No one has the same up and jump and everything like that. And if there's nobody else around Kevin Durant that can make shots, you're forcing him to go through double teams and things of that nature, taking contested shots over the top of somebody. And again, we hear constantly, JW, people complain about the NBA saying, oh, there's a three-point shooting problem in the NBA. No, it's contested three-point shooting problem, because a lot of guys think that they can shoot contested threes when they can't. If you get open three-point shots like what we see with the Warriors, with a lot of passing, a lot of ball movement, you get good three-point shots, and that's what you're looking for. The Suns just don't have that.
Yeah, no doubt. They don't have a lockdown or drop, gonna shoot 42% from 3 every single year kind of guys. They have streaky guys who get hot. To me, though, you go back to the KD trade, and what isn't really spoken about as much is Cameron Johnson, right, and Mikal Bridges are and were 2 of the best 6'9", 6'10" perimeter defenders, young perimeter defenders in the league. That was a luxury that the Suns had during that era. Obviously, they were streaky scorers, and when you have a chance to get Kevin Durant, you get Kevin Durant. But what they're looking at now is a situation where they don't have. This is an offensive league. Every single team in the league right now can score. Every single team can outscore you. It's really so vital these days to have somebody who can at least make it difficult for some of these exceptional. There's never been more talent than there is right now in the NBA. And unfortunately for the Suns, Ryan Dunn's a nice young defender. He's also a rookie. Looking at the Suns, DeAndre Ayton was a defensive first guy. He had the reputation coming out of college of not maybe being a very good defender, but go watch his first 4 or 5 years with the Suns. One thing he did great, like I said earlier, was attack those high screen and rolls, which is most of the NBA sets these days. When you don't have a big who can move their feet, when you don't have perimeter defenders who can stay in front of guys, the biggest issue right now is not even who of those big three is going to take the shot, but how do you slow down some of these high-powered offenses? The Pacers were the best scoring team in the NBA last year. Struggled a little bit this year, but them putting up 130 is that's what they do. I mean, that's a team. If you want to look at a team in the NBA that plays like Tommy Lloyd's team does, it's the Pacers. So 30-plus assists. The Suns are just trying to find a way, but with that second apron and the idea of how the newest CBA from 2 years ago made it so difficult because of the Warriors dynasty. They changed the rules, so now you can't go 100% over the top of the cap and just spend a bunch of tough money in luxury tax. There are penalties. There are draft pick penalties. You cannot, like I said earlier, you can't trade players midseason. They're really kind of, handicapped a bit right now. They really have not a lot of wiggle room. And who wants a $50 million a year disgruntled guy off the bench who might not be playing his best ball and hasn't had a complete, what's the most that Beal's played in the last 5 years? 55, 60 games?
50 games at most.
Right.
Yeah.
So as far as trade value, Beal's a great, great player. There's no doubt about that. Where he is now, I do have some positive news, though. I found out today that your boy Booker is only about 19, 20 games away from breaking the all-time scoring records. Walter's got...
That's hard to believe.
Yeah, Walter Davis has got 15,600 and some odd. And, Devin Booker at 28, 29 is right on the heels, going to be about 20 games more, and he'll be the all-time leading scorer in Suns history.
That's good.
All right, it is the Suns and the Sixers coming up in about an hour in Philadelphia. We'll see if any of these changes work tonight to try to get the Suns off this four-game losing streak.
That's a 76ers team that struggled all year, and they've won like 6 of 8, so they're playing well right now, too.
They are. They have found it in the last 2 weeks for sure. DK on the Sports Tip. We've got much more coming up for you in the 4 o'clock hour. Bruce Pascal will join us at 5:20. We'll talk more Arizona Wildcats basketball. He is out on the road with the team in Morgantown, West Virginia. I know it's probably cold there right now. Dragon Ball is going to tell you everything happening in sports here in Southern Arizona as well as around the world.
Wildcats Radio 1290. 2020 Sports.
Well, the first road game for the Arizona men's basketball program in the Big 12 went the Wildcats' way. They managed to come out with a victory over the Cincinnati Bearcats in a very tight game in the final minutes. A team that has not really gone the Cats' way based on their non-conference battles, but Tommy Lloyd spoke on after the game, saying that the guys deserve to finish that game strong after their early season struggles.
Well, the biggest situation is we found a way, and our guys kind of hung in there. We had a big lead, and it's happened to us before this year. It happened to UCLA a couple weeks ago. We were up 13, and the games get tough. These other teams are good. They're talented. They amp up the pressure. I thought our guys did a good job of hanging with it. The turnovers crushed us. The offensive rebounding hurt us. But then KJ Lewis made 2 amazing kind of driving plays where he didn't have much at the end. He got on 2 feet, pivoted, and just found a way to will in 2 baskets. And that's what we didn't do against UCLA. We were never able to make that, kind of hold on to that lead a little bit longer. And then the game got tied. I'm down with it. I'm like, come on, we got to find a way on this one. These guys deserve it. They've been amazing, and it'll be a kind of a pivotal moment for our season. And we kind of drew up something out of the timeout that we'd never really done before, and it allowed Jaden Bradley to get downhill and make a layup. The play wasn't necessarily for that, but that was one of the options, and he made a layup, I think, when the game was tied, and we got that 2-point lead, and I think we got to stop, and we were able just to kind of, possession by possession, find a way from there.
Drawing up plays.
Up plays.
Let's do that more often.
And again, the Wildcats still on the road. They prepare for West Virginia tip-off tomorrow. And it's been a busy offseason already for the Arizona football program, and it continued to gain traction after the holiday break. The Cats collected their 19th transfer so far this year, their 9th on the defensive side of things, as former West Virginia Mountaineer corner Aiden Garnes committed to the Arizona Wildcats through the portal. Garnes is the 3rd corner to join the Arizona defense after all 3 players that started in 2024 at that position for the Cats entered the portal this offseason. And in the NFL, it is Black Monday, and as everyone knows, the Turk has already come for a number of head coaches, including Patriots head coach Gerard Mayo, who was fired shortly after the team's win over the Bills on Sunday. Joining him thus far is Jaguars head coach Doug Peterson, while reports are that Giants head coach Brian Daboll and Raider coach and former Arizona Wildcat Antonio Pierce will likely retain their jobs for the 2025-26 season. And I'm Dragon Ball with your Wildcats Radio 1290 2020 update.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, it's Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic. Congress and I-10 crash reported on Congress to the east of I-10. Also collision Thornydale and Linda Vista and Thornydale. Mostly sunny, 68 tomorrow for Wednesday. Our highs near 55 and the lows Wednesday near 31. It's 70 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic and weather together.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
The garage is more than a place to park your car. It holds prized possessions, and for most, it's a bustling entryway to the home. That's why LiftMaster designed the first ever opener with a built-in wide-angle camera and two-way audio, so you can see what matters and secure what's inside. Ensure your family and prized possessions are secure with a reliable garage door opener that's built to last and powered by MyQ for smartphone control. The team at Kaiser Garage Doors and Gates are your locally owned LiftMaster professionals. Visit KaiserGarage.com to learn more.
Hey homeowners, are you ready to chill out and go green? Goodfellas Air Conditioning can help. Introducing our latest lineup of energy-efficient systems featuring the new R32 refrigerant. It's cooler, greener, and better for the planet. You'll enjoy lower energy bills and a smaller carbon footprint. Not a fan of change? Goodfellas has a surplus of reliable R410 systems available. Unsure about what system you have or have questions? Give us a call for a free inspection. Goodfellas Air Conditioning, keeping it cool, keeping it green, and always keeping you comfortable.
Think of waking up with energy, standing tall and feeling free. Think First Chiropractic, good health is to enjoy.
First Chiropractic is pleased to announce that Access Health Plans now cover chiropractic care. A referral by your PCP is required. For more information, go to firstchiro.com, the most trusted name in chiropractic care. A proud U of A radio sponsor.
First Chiropractic, good health is to enjoy.
Stay informed on all the latest news from McHale Center and Arizona men's basketball by following us on Twitter at Wildcats1290. When news breaks from Tommy Lloyd's team, we will bring it to you on Wildcats Radio 1290.
Enjoy up to 70% off premium products. Designer handbags, gift cards from national chains, autographed sports memorabilia, cruises, hotel accommodations, and more. SweetDeals.com. Click Premium.
Right Way Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing is the ultimate team when it comes to your home's comfort.
Thinking about replacing your heating and air system? It's free furnace season at Right Way.
These are some of the slowest months of the year. We have equipment in stock and our crews are available.
And we're including an 80% furnace absolutely free with the purchase of an air conditioning system.
And if that's not enough, we're offering 60 months no interest financing, tax credits up to $2,600, energy efficiency rebates, and 10-year parts and labor warranty.
Call or text 520-200-2422 today or visit rightwayac.com.
My heat and air, we're in a state of disrepair.
Happy New Year and welcome to 2025. It's a new year, but we still have air conditioning and heating systems at last year's prices. We have high-efficient inverter systems for as low as $89 a month. For year-round comfort, call Picture Rocks Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing at 520-492-0748 or PictureRocksCooling.com.
Picture Rocks Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing.
And that's why I always come up with the best ideas.
All right, you had a good idea last month. Yep, people really loved getting a brand new Alaskan AC Grizzly with 12 months, no payments, and no interest. Plus a 10-year guarantee on parts and labor. It was a good idea, Gary. Bet you can't pull another rabbit out of your pants. Hat.
Bet I can.
Bet you can't. All right, settle down. Let's hear Gary's idea for this month.
Let's do it again.
Do it again? That's your idea?
Not good.
Not good?
It's
brilliant.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Gross.
Give the people what they want.
Another month to get in on the best thing we do all year.
Folks can get the AC that was built for Arizona summers.
They can get it and make no payments until 2026. And they're getting 10 years parts and labor covered.
Then it's settled. Alaskan AC is giving you another chance to get our exclusive made for Arizona air conditioner.
The Grizzly.
AlaskanAC.com.
KCUB Tucson, a Cumulus media station. The one and only home of the Jim Rome Show. Rich Eisen and DK on the Sports Tip.
How about that tweet to Rome? It's going to be so awesome. He'll read it. He'll love it.
We are Wildcats Radio 1290. Live from the CNWT.
Wait, what's the CNWT?
Central Northwest Tucson. Duh.
It's DK on the Sports Tip with your host, David Kelly.
Radio. Just when I thought I was out, they drug me back in.
Featuring J.W. Madden.
Don't tell me about flip-flops, man. I'm a native.
David Amata.
Hey, that's Dragon Ball to you.
And Cricket getting you home with traffic and weather.
Camp on Melt Lemon, not in the left lane on the freeway.
Here we go! And now, a man who has not one, but three first names, David Scott Kelly.
What a crazy final weekend in the National Football League.
Goff gets the snap, handoff Gibbs, running left, cuts it up, lowers his shoulder, powering his way to the one, gets a shove, he's into the end zone! Touchdown Lions! Fourth touchdown tonight for Jahmyr Gibbs. This one from 3 yards out. What a night for Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs, 4 touchdowns on Sunday Night Football, the final regular season game of the year, in a battle for the number 1 seed. Well, it really wasn't a battle at all because the Lions whooped the Vikings. I don't, did the Vikings, were they actually really trying to win that game? It didn't seem like it. 31-9, the final. Did you hear the Vikings bought out like 1,900 seats behind the bench.
Yeah, I heard that.
And like sold them. They paid like $1 million and then like sold them to their season ticket holders so they could have fans there to witness that beatdown.
I mean, hey, sometimes you want to play chess, not checkers, and sometimes someone decides to flip the table before you even move one of the pieces.
Right. Oh my goodness, man, that was just that was just a great performance. But boy, did we have some great games. The Cardinals, they ended the season with a win.
Snap to Murray, short set, throws left side. Dortch on the catch and into the end zone for the touchdown. George's second touchdown catch, Murray's third touchdown pass, and the Cardinals extend their lead to 9 with the extra point coming.
Yeah, where was this offense all season long? 47 points. Kyler Murray threw 4 touchdown passes, 25 of 35, 242 yards, 4 TDs. Cardinals finished the season 8-9, so positives there. They did win. What was that? Double the games that they won last year.
I think there were 4. Yeah, 4 wins
they
last
had
year.
4 wins last year, but the way they finished down the stretch, man, there's still a lot of questions with this team going into the offseason. Good to see that type of performance. Marvin Harrison caught a touchdown pass, most touchdown passes by a rookie in franchise history with 8.
Is it odd that we had the whole D-backs last month, right? And
yeah.
They had a really, 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 really good chance to make the postseason, and then they just kind of faltered down the stretch. You look at the Cardinals' last 6 games, and they lost 5 out of 7.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 2 and 5. So 2 wins in their last 7 games. And an overtime game, they lost that 13-9 game to the Rams. There's a lot of opportunities there, guys, for them to finish the season on a little higher note.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's disappointing for sure that they did not get that done, especially when they went into that bye with 4 straight wins. We had kind of talked about that, how they needed to maybe go through that stretch against lesser teams and really come out of it with maybe 3 wins, and they came out of it with all 4 and then just never really could kind of find and continue that momentum after the bye week, man. Sometimes that bye week can be the bugaboo of a lot of teams.
You go into the bye week on a good note where you've won 4 straight, maybe get a little fat and happy type of thing.
Yeah, start hanging out in Scottsdale a little bit too much, and things, you know how that can as we like to say, derail things very quickly. But 8-9, the final stretch for the Cardinals. If you are a Cardinal fan, how do you feel about where this team stands? Are you still moving forward with Kyler Murray? 520-848-1290. 520-848-1290. Again, I wanted to get on the fence. I wanted to get off the fence with Kyler Murray and become a believer, but I don't know that I see it. I haven't seen it to this point, and I don't know that I see it with this team moving forward. Even with some of the pieces, James Conner getting a long-term deal, Marvin Harrison, you got a really good tight end. I mean, there's pieces there. I mean, even Greg Dortch kind of developing into that number two thing. The one thing I will say, though, about this organization and Michael Bidwell is they do seem to understand the how important it is to have legacy players and never letting Larry Fitzgerald get away, making Larry Fitzgerald a lifetime Cardinal. And again, look, not every player fits into that mold, but love to see the long-term deal for Budda Baker. He is that guy. He is that Larry Fitzgerald type of player who you want in your franchise for his entire career. And I will give them that. They seem to understand when they have a legacy player and they do what they can to lock up and make sure that those players don't get away.
I would agree with you if not for Calais Campbell.
That might
be the one that was
yeah.
like, maybe they should have kept him along for a little bit long. I mean, that's basically, again, that's my dad's Rod Woodson. He'll always tell me, like, I don't know why they let Rod Woodson go. But the main thing with the Cardinals that I look back on their schedule, DK, before that bye week, every loss they had was to a playoff team.
Yeah.
Their first loss of the season was against the Bills, the number 2 seed in the AFC.
And the Lions.
They lost the Lions, the 1 seed in the NFC. The Commanders, a playoff team. The Packers, a playoff team. And then after that, you lose 2 to a Seahawks team, which for all intents and purposes was a playoff team up until tiebreaker situation started showing up. And then the Vikings in that situation as well. And then that was the game against the Panthers that they lost. That was the one that's the big crawl that sticks in the back of your mind thinking, how did they let that one get away? That's not one that they should have lost.
Yeah.
The Vikings game too, right? I mean, they lost that game by 1 point on an interception at the end, right?
Yeah. There's a couple of those games that you would obviously love to get back. I think the biggest thing, though, in relation to the Kyler Murray situation is you have to wonder right now what's going to happen with this offense in case the offensive coordinator for the Cardinals ends up getting a head coaching position, because he's going to be a name that's in discussion. I don't really know.
What's his name? Drew
Petzing.
Petzing, yeah.
I don't know necessarily if I would say that he's a hot commodity coming into this offseason, but with the amount of teams
I don't know, man.
want
Look at that Cardinals offense.
I mean, they were a top 10 in rushing, and then they were middle of the pack in passing and overall, and their scoring was abysmal towards the tail end of the season. But
yeah, on that note, really quick, back to Kyler Murray. I know that, DK, you're not a huge fan of quarterbacks who are around the 6 foot or under of stature. Kyler Murray just really needs to work on consistency, right? If you look at those games after the bye and how they finished the season 2 and 5, there's just a lot of ups and downs there. And so as far as becoming that veteran, all the great quarterbacks we think of, no matter what it takes, Dragon Ball, I mean, they find a way to get wins. They find a way to will their team across the goal line to get a late touchdown to win a game. That's got to be the next step. I mean, he's clearly, a player that can get it done. It's just when you really have to have a touchdown, like that Viking game's a prime example. They go 4 plays and throw an interception down the stretch, down 1 point. Maybe 1 or 2 wins down the stretch, and we're talking about a different wrap up to the season than they did.
Yeah.
520-848-1290. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. You can call us at that number. You can text us at that number. I believe I've got a sweet deal coming up for you a little bit later in the show, so stay tuned for that. Always love to give you a few things, opportunities to go out. Those are always on Fridays. Don't forget, every Friday, if you've never been a part of the program, every Friday here, usually around 8:30, we'll put something nice on the website for you to walk away with and have a chance to maybe go get a nice meal or nice drink or check out a new restaurant or something of that nature. So we'll tell you a little bit about that coming up later. All right, we are joined by the 4th member of our program. Let me see if I can make sure I've got all the shots here. That's not the shot there. Do I have that? I think I've got. We've done this before, I think.
It's been.
I should be. Again, yeah, it's been a while since we did this. There she is, right there. Her name is not Dragon Ball. It is Cricket. Cricket.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are y'all?
Good. How was Christmas? Okay, so everybody's favorite gift that they got for Christmas. Cricket, you can go first.
I got the fluffy blanket.
The fluffy blanket.
Yeah.
Is that like what they call it?
The faux fur, fluffy, viral, mushy blanket.
Ooh.
I got my blanket.
Nice.
Yeah.
And is it on? Do you keep it on the bed? Is it on the couch? Is it where you watch below deck?
No, it's just on the bed.
Just on the bed.
Yeah.
All right. And it keeps. Is it? I can imagine it's warm.
And it feels
so
like
you
an
don't
animal.
Have to, you don't have to. Ooh.
So I don't need a
do you
dog
like
anymore.
That? Do you
No.
like that?
Yeah, it's like really soft.
Okay.
What about you
But
guys?
it's not made by any. It's not
No,
made using any animal.
It's fake. Yeah.
I got a really. I meant to bring it in here, and I totally forgot. I'll bring it in next hour. I got a really cool new bag because my brown bag that I carry all my stuff in, my computer and all that. My over the shoulder bag. I think I had that bag for like literally since I lived in Ohio. And I haven't lived in Ohio in like 19 years.
Oh, it's
so
time.
It was really, really old. And my wife says, we've got to get rid of that thing. It's like I had the one strap broke, so I put another strap on it. I had to because I always generally have brown bags. So like you just take one brown bag strap and put it on the other brown bag when the one strap goes bad. So yeah, so I got it's nice leathery. And I'll show it to you. It's a really nice. And then I got some I didn't get a fluffy blanket, but I got some really comfortable pajamas. Like I'm into like my comfortable pajama pants kind of thing. Now you won't see me wearing them to class like the kids over at U of A.
Oh gosh. Oh, thank you for that.
Or to work. Well, you might see me. I might wear them to work on a weekend.
Casual Friday.
That's okay.
You know, sometimes on Saturdays when we're here by ourselves, we get a little bit dressed down. So I could possibly. Especially if we have a night away game where we're just going to be here till 2 a.m, I might wear my fluffy pajama pants to work.
Dragon Ball?
Dragon Ball.
For me, I ended up getting a tracksuit. Kind of like a nice little,
like 80s style?
That's funny because that's what I need. I need a tracksuit. Like I don't really have a good sweatsuit anymore.
Yeah, I got one of those. So I'm hoping that eventually when the gyms kind of start to die down a little bit with the resolution, folks, maybe make a trip out to the gym and trying to get back in shape.
So this is a tracksuit to actually wear and work out in. This is just not something like you're going to walk around like, you're
like Eastern Europe.
Like you're a maid guy,
not Eastern Europe. Nah. Okay. It's not my Tony Soprano outfit. Or it's not my Chrissy outfit.
There you go. Jada.
The best thing, we got quite a few. I mean, we gave each other quite a few things in the family, but the best thing we got was I got a new computer for Paige and I for our living room, along with a 65-inch TV. So the past week or so,
65 inches.
Yep, it's on. It was. I could not believe it. Like, I mean, I remember when those, a lot of newer, Ultra HD stuff was coming out. We were talking about in the thousands. But this was less than $400. So really good, high quality TV. And I got to watch Kyler Murray at life size. So a life size in our living room. It's really, along with some other fun stuff. But that's probably the thing that we've been taking advantage of the most last week.
Nice. All right. And what brand television?
It's a Sony or something it's a name brand. Yeah.
All right.
Best Buy type of thing.
I haven't gotten, and that's the other thing. I don't have a smart TV because like all my TVs I think are from like 2010.
Yeah.
So like I couldn't even watch the football games that were on. What were they on? Dragon Ball, the streaming ones. Was that Christmas Day?
Christmas Day was Netflix.
Like I couldn't. Yeah, Netflix. We could not watch. Like we couldn't watch those on TV. Because we don't have our TV, you actually have to have a TV that's capable of streaming from like Netflix. Like you can't just I tried to see if I could get my phone to put it on the TV. I couldn't even do that. So it's like, well, what's the point? Like this is the NFL, and half the nation can't watch these games. I can't watch these games because I have a TV from 2010. What's up with that?
Real quick, the TV and computer were for Paige, really. But my Christmas present along Dragon Ball's line is going to be here in the next week. I still haven't gotten it yet. A mountain bike, because I don't know if I've ever told you guys, but I've spent 4,000, 5,000 miles on mountain bikes in my lifetime, but it's been a while. And I definitely am kind of feeling like I want to get back into that and get a little bit of cardio.
There you go.
I won't be clogging up the gyms.
But
Thank you.
I may be out there on the road with
So
a
you might-
bright yellow.
All right,
so you can
make
see
sure you have a helmet.
go.
Oh,
Get
yeah,
your helmet
always.
and all that. We might see you down there on the path that we sometimes frequently
That's where
go
I grew
down
up.
to.
Yep.
There you go. All right, you might be on the other side. I think you live on the other side of the path there. Don't.
Is that like the
know.
wrong
There
side
are
of the
bridges.
tracks?
Say that on bridges.
It's like
You on the south side of the
you're
path.
you're on the wrong side of the
You
tracks.
ain't on the north side. Of
You
the
say
path.
that, but River has always kind of been a delineating line between.
Yep, south
Yeah.
of River Ghetto. Yeah.
There you go. All right, Cricket getting you home every 20 minutes on the fives with your traffic and your weather. We'll have to build that shot so she can be with everybody else.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, it's Wildcats Radio, 1290 traffic and weather together. With collisions reported Orange Grove and Camino de la Tierra, Swan, and Camp Lowell. Congress, east of I-10 Congress and Granada. Also crashed Valencia, east of Midvale Park. Little bit of westbound slowing on Valencia at Midvale Park. 68, mostly sunny tomorrow. On Wednesday, the high near 55 and the lows Wednesday into Thursday near 31 at 70 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio, 1290 traffic and weather together.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Real football fans know that Tucson's home for football is Wildcats Radio 1290.
Yes.
We are your home for the Wildcats and the NFL. This is Wildcats Radio 1290.
Premium, by definition, a product of superior quality and therefore a higher price. SweetDeals.com's new Premium tab is here to break all the rules. Premium products without the extra cost. Designer handbags, luxury cruises, autographed sports memorabilia, gift cards to your favorite eateries, stores, and more. Priced up to 70% off. Premium just got affordable to all. Shop, score, save. Up to 70% off. SweetDeals.com. Click on the Premium tab and reward yourself today.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? Yeah, you bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code 1290WILDCAT. That's code 1290WILDCAT for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. 21 and over. Arizona only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Like us on Facebook at Wildcats 1290 for all the latest news on the Arizona Wildcats, including exclusive original content and interviews. This is the exclusive home of Arizona football. Wildcats Radio 1290.
I'm Chris Rose with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Jahmyr Gibbs scored 4 touchdowns. Lions beat the Vikings 31-9 to clinch the NFC North and the #1 seed. Lions finished 15-2. Vikings the 5 seed with 14 wins. Bucs rallied from 10 down to beat the Saints 27-19 to clinch the NFC South. Took until the final play, but Mike Evans surpassed 1,000 receiving yards for the 11th consecutive season, tying Jerry Rice for the longest streak all time. Broncos blanked the Chiefs 38-0 to clinch the AFC's final wildcard spot. Titans have the #1 pick in the 2025 draft after losing to the Jags, coupled with the Patriots' win over the Bills. After the game, New England fired head coach Gerard Mayo, went 4-13 in his lone season. Wildcard matchups are set. Saturday, it's Chargers at Texans, Steelers at Ravens. Sunday, Broncos at the Bills, followed by the Packers at Eagles. The nightcap, the Commanders at Bucs. And Monday night, the Rams play host to the Vikings. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality product he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290.
520-848-1290. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. You can call us at that number. You can text us at that number. It is time now for your BetQL plays and or play of the day. Do you know who that is, Dragon Ball? Do you know who that is?
What's that?
Oh, okay, there you go. All right, there you go.
Fred is the correct answer. That's Fred.
This BetQL top play brought to you locally by Oral Ford at 3950 West Highway 77 in Oracle.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. NBA action takes over Monday night as the NFL regular season is complete. Phoenix visits Philly as the Suns look to snap a 4-game losing streak. Neither team is in a playoff spot right now, but Philly has won 7 of its last 10. The BetQL model isn't picking a side, but loves to play on the total. Their best bet in the NBA on Monday night is taking the over between the Suns and the 76ers. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
All right, so the Suns and the Sixers tonight, the play there is to take over 221.5 points. Saturday, they lost to the Pacers. The total there was 234. They had 229 in losing to Memphis, 214 in their loss to Golden State, and then there was a low-scoring game against the Dallas Mavericks. I believe that was only 187. So 221 is the play. And you may have heard one earlier. Also in the NBA, as we're starting to get into that, the Knicks tonight, minus 11.5 over the Orlando Magic. The Magic, they've kind of been, their injuries, I think, are starting to catch up to them.
Man, I mean, that team, I have no idea how they've pieced together the wins they have in the last month, but, you know, the Magic started out with Banchero was probably Dragon Ball, the best player in the first 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
And then he goes down, and then they have the same injury to Wagner, and then his brother gets hurt, and then Suggs just got hurt.
Yeah.
So, man, I don't know how they're going to keep it together, but really, I did not have there's a lot of young rosters out there right now in the NBA. I did not have the Magic among them as being one of those teams to challenge because they've been so down recently, but they've put it together. That defense they're playing is exceptional.
I'm just starting to think that maybe the color powder blue is just bad luck for injuries this year, because between the Magic and the Lions, just everyone wearing powder blue is just getting hurt left and right.
Yeah. All I can tell you is my wife cannot wait for Wednesday night. You know what's Wednesday night?
I'm assuming Cavs.
Cavs, Thunder.
Oh,
yeah. You know, the Thunder lost the championship game, but that didn't count towards the NBA regular season.
Yeah.
So in case you didn't pay attention, they have a 15-game winning streak right now. The Thunder have not lost in 15 games.
So that game did not count.
No, that didn't count for the regular
championship game.
No, all of the lead-ups until they get to the quarters and the semis and the championship, they all count towards the regular season, but those games don't count because every team in the NBA has to play 4 games to qualify. But once that has wrapped up and they get down to the teams that are going to go to Vegas, those games don't count because otherwise those teams would have an extra 2 or 3 games on the schedule, right?
Well, we did pretty well over the Christmas break on our top plays from the BetQL app. We took a couple L's over the weekend. in the NFL, which was probably to be expected because so many
so
guys
weird at
didn't
the end of the
play.
season,
Yeah.
right? I mean, the Chiefs, like, is that the Chiefs team? That
Oh,
how many
gosh.
starters? They have no starters out there.
like
They didn't
almost
play
nothing.
anybody.
Anyway, yeah.
We took an L on Dragon Ball's team. Steelers plus 1.5, just barely. The Bengals won that game by 2 points, so that was a close loss there. I guess we could categorize that as a bad beat. The Bills -2 over the Patriots. Patriots won that game 23-16, but fired their coach, Gerard Mayo, right after that.
They got high expectations over there.
Oh, they do. They do. We won with Bijan Robinson. We got a Bijan Robinson prop over 100 yards, 28 carries, 170, 2 touchdowns for NFL's favorite, Tucson's favorite NFL son. That was, talk about a bad beat though, not on the betting side, but just the game itself.
Yeah.
The Panthers coming back to win that game in overtime and knocking the Falcons out of the playoffs.
It's starting to look that Bryce Young may have just needed the factory reset because the guy looks like he's found his confidence again.
2 things. Bijan finishes 3rd in the NFL in rushing. And secondly, do you think they should have played Saquon Barkley? Because how old is Eric Dickerson's record?
I was a little disappointed that the Eagles
It was like
sat him.
85 or something.
Yeah.
Like that's an old record.
I mean, you don't get too many opportunities.
No, you
like
do
that.
not.
You don't get a lot of opportunities, but then there was always going to be the arguments like, well, he had 1 extra game to do it compared to
True.
Eric Dickerson, and everyone said the same thing about every
OJ.
2,000-yard rusher since Orenthal James
Okay.
Simpson.
I'm sorry,
It's
quick. So we are on the subject, and I know this has nothing to do with betting, but did you guys hear that the NCAA is thinking about 5 years? So the extra, you're talking about the extra year of eligibility.
Right.
The NCAA over the weekend came out, or just 3 or 4 days ago, came out with the idea that they're pushing towards making 5 year of eligibility be the standard. So there would be a COVID year for every single athlete moving forward. Throw out the record books, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the extra game for the NFL, it's the same thing. If you're talking about an extra year or whatever, yeah, it's tough. Changing the rules.
I will have to go back. I remember off the top of my head, I think we had a play early in the year. It was Patrick Mahomes to lead the league in touchdown passes.
Yeah.
You know who the winner was there?
That
it was
was
not even close to being Patrick Mahomes. He only threw 26 touchdown passes this season.
Well, that was Mr. Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Touchdown passes, wasn't it?
Joe Burrow threw 43 touchdown passes to lead the National Football League this year. Second was Baker Mayfield with 41, and also with 41 was Lamar Jackson. So I don't know that we had Joe Burrow at the top of that list, or he was one of the guys that we thought could potentially be in the mix for that.
Bo Nix was going to be in the top 10.
No, did not.
No.
Did not expect that.
Not at all.
Well, again, I mean, you look at these rookies. I mean, Bo Nix, 29. Jaden Daniels threw 25. And, Caleb, again, I know the numbers were not that bad. I mean, he was on a bad team with a lot of turmoil. 20 touchdowns and 6 interceptions, led that team down. In fact, let's hear the end of that game, J-Dub. The Bears go down. I was watching that game. The wife and I were out doing our house hunting yesterday, as we've been kind of doing that a lot of
House window
weekends.
shopping?
Exactly. And so we went. We were over on by the mall, over by the Foothills Mall area. So we said, well, we've never been to Whiskey Roads before. So we popped into Whiskey Roads and said, well, we'll go watch, because it was like it was like kind of fourth quarter-ish of the early games. And so we said, well, let's hop in. We'll watch the end of the early games at Whiskey Roads. And one of the games was the Bears and the Packers.
Taylor extends his hand, snap, placement made. Cairo Santos, kick is up, and the kick is good! Yes! And the Bears have walked off and won in Green Bay, putting to bed 2 nasty losing streaks. The in-season streak and the Packer streak.
How many games did they lose
They
consecutively?
had lost 10 in a row this year, and I think they hadn't beaten the Packers since like 2015, I think it was.
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, it's been a long time.
The worst part is that
rivals.
loss to the Bears isn't even the worst thing that happened to Green Bay in that game, because now Christian Watson is officially done for the season with a torn ACL in that game.
That's not good at all. The big winner we had over the break was the Lions. I think it was the Lions 49ers game. We had 3 plays on that game. We won them all. Lions -3. Jahmyr Gibbs over 93.5 yards rushing. He had 117 in that game. And Jamison Williams in anytime touchdown. That means he can score anytime. He had 2 touchdowns in that game, a running touchdown and a rushing touchdown. So we had been taking some L's. We were down to +13 after we were at +27. Well, guess what? We're back to +22 after the Christmas break. Yeah, there you go. We even took 2 wins on the college team from Pittsburgh because you can't mess with them Ohio boys playing some football. We had Toledo +7 and Toledo. This was an interesting one. Toledo +3.5 in the first half. That's the first time we've had a first half play from the BetQL people, but Toledo covered both of those. And then there was another one that was really interesting. We had, I can't remember which one it was. This one. We had a Green Bay in the game. I forget who they were playing. I think it was the Monday night game a few weeks ago against the Saints. Green Bay first half money line was the play there. So that means that you had Green Bay winning at halftime. It was -600. So basically, our $12.90 bet on that garnered us $2.20. But Green Bay was leading because then I think they won that game like 40-3 or something. They blew them out. Was the whole point of that. So yeah, we had a -600 bet play. But hey, a win's a win, so we'll take it. So we're back to +22 on our BetQL tables so far this year. And those top plays from BetQL Network are brought to you locally by Oral Ford at 3950 West Highway 77 in Oracle. All right. 520-848-1290, 520-848-1290. Don't forget Suns Sixers over 221.5 is the play.
Now, Embiid is day-to-day.
Oh, is he not playing?
Well,
we don't know.
I mean, he's day-to-day.
Okay.
So, and I don't know if Maxey hasn't played in a while, has he?
I don't believe so.
I think he was out for a while. Yeah. I mean, I know they've been playing good ball lately, though.
Yeah.
Let's see if we have a late thing from that. I don't see anything currently on Joel Embiid's availability tonight.
Well, I know he's day-to-day. I know Kyle Lowry's day-to-day, and Kelly Oubre Jr.'s out. He's got a hand issue, so he's out. Jared McCain, obviously, their nice rookie from Duke. Remember him from Cameron. He's out as well. He's out for the season, I think.
All right, we've got our question of the day up on the website. In fact, I'm just looking at the starting lineup here real quick for the Sixers, and Joel Embiid is not in the starting lineup tonight. Kelly Oubre is available, and he is in the. I always liked him when he played. He played here 1 year? Or was it 2?
A couple years, yeah.
Yeah, he was a nice little.
My favorite thing about Joel Embiid is it says day-to-day Embiid foot/nose. So he's got the foot issue and the nose issue.
Yeah, so our question of the day is up, and that question, if you missed it, the Wildcats won their big pack.
Just a dime or nickel, I think.
Yeah, there we go. It's starting to get crowded in that jar there. Their Big 12 road opener, they won. How many road games in conference will your Arizona men's basketball team win this season? So here are the choices: 3 or less, 4 to 6, 7 or 8, 9 or more.
Let me help the listeners out. Next up, at West Virginia tomorrow.
Yeah.
Then it's at Texas Tech, at Oklahoma State, at ASU, at BYU, at Kansas State, at Baylor, and finishing the season. No, they got to play at Iowa State, and then finishing the season at Kansas.
So when we come back, we'll do this. We'll come back and we'll take a look at that schedule, and we'll kind of get an idea of what we think. Right now, though, 55% are saying 4 to 6. 4 to 6. That's kind of, right in the middle there. 27% are saying 7 to 8. Only 9% saying 9 or more or 3 or less. So
Iowa State.
The middle, I figure the middle is going to be where it is, but we'll see. We'll count them out. We'll kind of guess and see what we think that number will be with the one they got in Cincinnati on Saturday. DK on the sports tip. Cricket is getting you home every 20 minutes on the 5s with your traffic and your weather.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio, 1290 traffic and weather together. Westbound I-10 approaching Ina. Collision reported on the westbound side of I-10 approaching Ina. Expect some slowing on westbound I-10 approaching and passing Orange Grove. Other collisions reported: Congress, east of I-10, Congress and Granada. Valencia, east of Midvale Park. Swan and Camp Lowell, and also Orange Grove and Camino de la Tierra. And for your weather, expect some mostly sunny skies, 68 tomorrow for Wednesday, 55 the high, 31 the low, and 70 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio, 1290 traffic and weather together.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Did you miss the big game? We got you covered.
There were a lot of people who were not happy with the performance by the team. Longest current winning streak in the country. Won by double digits on a night they could not convert a third down.
Yeah, holding two thoughts in your brain simultaneously that can both be true is tough for some people.
Yes.
You can both be disappointed in the third down conversion rate and also be supportive and overjoyed to see the head coach celebrate it. Both can be true.
PK on the Sports Tip, 3 to 6 weekdays.
Hey, Eugene, what's with the giant pile of scratcher tickets?
Just my next greatest idea ever.
Playing the lottery?
That's right, Doug. With all my winnings, I can enroll in the UberTube car repair classes and finally fix your car right. No more disasters, Doug. Your luck is about to change.
Well, then keep on scratching, Eugene.
Good luck, Eugene. But if you need a sure thing for your next set of tires or automotive repair, check out Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. With more than 35 Top Shop awards and our Partners Network 3-year nationwide warranty, you can count on Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care.
And check out this month's special savings.
You'll find an entire page of them online at jackfurriers.com. Savings on tires, oil changes, batteries, wheel alignments, and more.
So call ahead and make an appointment online or just stop by any of our 14 area locations.
Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. Since 1960, here to get you there.
And that's why I always come up with the best ideas.
All right, you had a good idea last month.
Yep, people really loved getting a brand new Alaskan AC Grizzly with 12 months, no payments, and no interest.
Plus a 10-year guarantee on parts and labor.
It was a good idea, Gary.
Bet you can't pull another rabbit out of your pants.
Hat.
Bet I can. Bet you can't.
All right, settle down. Let's hear Gary's idea for this month.
Let's do it again. Do it again? That's your idea? Not good? Not good? It's
brilliant.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Gross.
Give the people what they want.
Another month to get in on the best thing we do all year.
Folks can get the AC that was built for Arizona summers.
They can get it and make no payments until 2026. And they're getting 10 years parts and labor covered.
Then it's settled. Alaskan AC is giving you another chance to get our exclusive made for Arizona air conditioner.
The Grizzly.
AlaskanAC.com.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? Yeah, you bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code 1290WILDCAT. That's code 1290WILDCAT for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. 21 and over. Arizona only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290.
The other 4 Wildcats will stand at midcourt. 2-shot opportunity here for Del Orso. The first one is up and good, and that'll do it. And the Wildcats will win their first Big 12 road game in a very tough place to win for anybody.
Cincinnati was that tough place. Arizona won it 72-67 to begin the season with the first 2 victories in this new conference known as the Big 12. So if you are wondering, right now there are 4 teams that are 2-0: West Virginia, Iowa State, Arizona, and Houston. So it'll be a battle of 2-0 teams tomorrow night in Morgantown. Then you've got the middle. I think it's like 7 teams that are 1-1: Kansas, BYU, Central Florida, TCU, Arizona State, Texas Tech, Baylor, and Kansas State. And then you've got the bottom 4 who have started 0-2: Cincinnati, Colorado, Oklahoma State, and Utah State. Man, Oklahoma State, they're just struggling on all ends: football, basketball. All right, so our question of the day, if you were with us or have been with us, is how many road games? There's 10 road games in this league. How many road games will the Wildcats win? They've already won 1, so they're 1-0 to start. They've got 9 more to go starting tomorrow night at West Virginia. So we're going to pick these right now and tell you what we think. Starting with West Virginia, I'm going to say they lose that game. Dragon Ball.
West Virginia, I think they got to go ahead. They're going to probably come out with a win on this one. Ooh. I think that they've already seen what West Virginia has. They gave them their best shot. I think now they have a better understanding of the rotation. I think this is one where Tommy Lloyd is able to adjust and get the win on the Mountaineers.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think had they not lost to West Virginia in the Atlantis tournament, then, and this was a fresh game, I mean, that's a good West Virginia team, but it's not a payback thing. They've only played like 4 times the program's all time.
Yeah.
But I really like the way the Cats are playing, and I think going into that game, they'll just have a little bit of extra motivation. So I think they find a way to win tomorrow.
All right. Texas Tech. I like a win there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a win on that one.
Okay. Oklahoma State.
Yeah, that's a win.
Oklahoma State, that's a win.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'll go win there. ASU.
It's a coin flip.
Coin flip.
Yeah, I mean, rivalry games at ASU, they're playing really well. Sanon or whatever his name is playing really well. I don't know.
I think this year it's going to be one of those home and home series where the home team wins in both situations. So I'd say that one sadly may be a loss, but that's a close game.
All right.
That's what I meant. I'm just not going to say those words. I'm just going to say coin flip.
So what am I supposed to just put an X there? Because I can't like that. That's not going to give me a total.
Arizona does have a tie in their history in basketball.
Gosh.
This is true.
Oh my gosh! All right, I'll put tie just for you.
Thank you.
BYU. I'm gonna say they win that one.
That one I'll say is a win.
Okay.
I think they might lose that game.
Ooh, you won't say ASU, but you'll say BYU.
Well, rivalry games and just the way ASU's playing these days, that's just you never know what's going to happen in that game. But I like the Cougars team this year, and it's tough playing up there in Provo.
So they really need to stack some W's early because these last 4 are hard.
Yeah,
Kansas State. I'm looking at these last 4, thinking which one of the, because I don't know if they win. I think they lose 3 of these last 4. I'm trying to figure out which one.
I don't think they win.
I'm gonna say
any of their last 3.
I'm gonna say they win Kansas State.
I think that the Kansas State one is the one I'm going to say is the loss.
Okay.
On that one, but the BYU and the Kansas State one, I'm flipping.
Yeah, I think they win against the Wildcats.
Okay. Baylor.
That's a loss.
That one's a loss.
Okay.
I think Arizona probably loses their last 3 on
Iowa
the road,
State.
if I'm honest.
Loss.
Those are, Baylor, if you go look at Baylor's schedule, you might look at their record and be like, that's just a whatever team. But Baylor has played, I think, 6 top 20 teams, something
Easily.
like that. Crazy schedule. As far as Iowa State goes, that might be the best team outside of Auburn. Tennessee's playing really well, but Iowa State is tough. And come on, I would love to say Arizona's going to go into, Allen Fieldhouse and win their first game in Lawrence, but I think
Dragon Ball, you had L there?
Yeah, I got an L for Baylor, and I'll probably go with an L with Iowa State as well.
Okay. And the finale at Kansas. Upset?
Well, Man, that one might be the one I take JW's idea of the coin flip there, because again, last game of the season, depending on what it is with the Big 12 standings at that point, I mean, who knows? Kansas may rest some of their players to go and get ready for the tournament in regards to the Big 12 tournament if they've already got the regular season title wrapped up. But I mean, that one's, I would say, more of a coin flip for me, if anything.
Yeah, pregame on the 8th of March, very likely I will be picking Arizona to win that game. As it comes to the 6th of January right now, and the way that last stretch goes, that's just such a tough place to win.
Yeah.
I agree with everything you said, though. It's really going to depend on the situation, how healthy both teams are at the time, and what the standings are going down the stretch. I definitely will be 100% rooting for a victory in Lawrence for the first time when the Cats go to play there. But, man, that's a tough team to play. That's again, a team that hasn't really been playing their best ball so far early in the year, but they're still figuring things out. They got a lot of experience as well.
All right, so I'm going to take this out of both of your hands on these coin flips. J-Dub, what's ASU? What's heads, win or loss?
It's a win. I'll just say Arizona wins.
Heads is a win.
Arizona wins.
Or you're going to say they win.
Yeah.
Or you want me to flip the coin? You actually flip the coin. I was ready to flip the coin.
I'll say heads.
All right, heads. It is heads. So
I knew it would
U of A wins. Okay. Dragon Ball, your coin flip was Kansas. Heads is win or lose.
I'll go ahead and I'll say heads is lose, tails is win. Tails never fails.
Heads is win.
Heads is lose.
Heads is lose.
Tried to Jerome Bettis me on Thanksgiving Day, man.
Heads is lose. It is heads.
Okay.
All
so
right.
that's a loss.
So
Tails
that's a
never
loss.
fails.
Tails
There you
never
go.
fails.
All right, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, we get the one from before, so that's 5 road wins. Dragon Ball's got 1, 2, 3, 4. He's get the 1, so that's 5 wins.
I think 6 and 4 is what I
1,
said.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you got 5. So you've got 6.
6 and 4.
6 and 4. So 6 and 4. JW Madden says 5 and 5 for me and Dragon Ball in terms of the Wildcats on the road in the Big 12. What say you? Head on over to Twitter right now at Wildcats1290. Cast your vote. Well, I think we might actually have a comment here. Sue Alexander, who is a huge Arizona fan of both men's and women's basketball, says 1 game at a time, as Tommy Lloyd likes to say.
This is true.
1 game at a time.
That's the fun thing about, like, when Tommy's asked those questions, guys, what is he going to say? Like,
Right.
how do you feel about going into Lawrence for the first time? Well, guys, it's January. I'll answer that question in 3 months when it happens. But we are 3 idiots just talking on the radio. Like, we can talk about games that are going to happen 3 months from now because we don't have to prepare for those games.
We can talk about the hypotheticals.
Exactly. We live for the hypotheticals. What are you talking about?
Well,
Absolutely.
I think the concept of this is that the Big 12 is a much stronger top-to-bottom league. You talked about the 0-2 teams, DK. I mean, those are some good 0-2 teams you just mentioned. That Cincinnati team that Eric just saw is a good team. So I don't think there's going to be an easy win the entire league schedule. As to how you can go into these buildings for the very first time as a conference opponent and make your stamp like they did the other day, I mean, that's going to be the goal. We'll see what happens.
All right. How about some big news on the baseball field while we were on vacation?
Diamondbacks download.
Baseball stuff!
Who would have thought that the Diamondbacks would have the big news of Christmas break? Boy, did they get a Christmas present for sure, or a holiday present, or a Hanukkah candle, or whatever you'd like to call Corbin Burns agreeing to become a snake in the desert.
Strike away, got a chance at 10 in a row. 0-2 pitch and a swing and a miss. There it is. Corbin Burns ties a major league record for consecutive strikeouts. 10 in a row. Save that baseball. In the era of strikeouts, even Burns laughing at himself.
6-year deal for Corbin Burns. I mean, they have not officially announced it yet, but 6 years, $210 million. Arguably the top free agent that was left on the market after the winter meetings. The Diamondbacks weren't even really in any of the preliminary conversations for him, but the largest contract in the history of the franchise. And now you've got this young man, Corbin Burns, in your rotation, along with Zach Gallen, Eduardo Rodriguez, Merrill Kelly, Jordan Montgomery, who again, and to me, that's going to be the big thing. If you get Jordan Montgomery of 2024, and then we talked about that at the end of the season, a full off season with Jordan Montgomery coming in prepared, and then Brandon Pfaadt as well. Whew. You know, I mean, again, you got to beat the Dodgers, but that's a pretty good 6 guys to try to go after the Dodgers with, I would think.
If you can go ahead and get them to do everything they're supposed to do, that's the biggest question, because that's the same thing that we had with Jordan Montgomery, and we were thinking, okay, this is a guy that did pretty well for the World Series champion and was able to be a big part of their rotation, and then, well, maybe he'll be good in a middle relief role by the time we get to the end of the season. Just as much as I like the moves, and it keeps the Diamondbacks aggressive compared to a team like the Dodgers, who is seemingly always aggressive at all times because they can afford to be, it's a good thing to see. I just want to make sure that it translates on the diamond. That's going to be the big thing to see.
7 weeks.
Wow, man. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming quick. It's coming quick. We've got Ohio fans, our Ohio friends already planning trips out here for sure. All right,
he's coming from Milwaukee, right?
Baltimore. Yeah, Baltimore. Corbin Burns, 4 consecutive All-Star games, 15-9 last year in 32 starts with a 2.92 ERA, tied for 7th in the American League in wins, 4th in ERA, struck out 181 in 194 in the third innings, was drafted by the Brewers in 2016, made his debut with them, 6 seasons with them before going over.
And he's got 4 pitches, right?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what I think I look at more than anything. I mean, the era of the dominant, one guy throwing 1 pitch, it's just like you have to really mix it up these days. And outside of staying healthy, having a guy out there who can really keep batters off of balance, I think, so important.
All right, we'll ask Bruce Pascoe how many games he thinks Arizona will win on the road this year. He's going to join us at 5:20. It's DK on the Sports Tip right now, though. Dragon Ball is going to tell you everything that's happening around the sports here in Southern Arizona and as it relates to sports around the world.
Wildcats Radio 1290. 2020 Sports.
Well, it was a big week for Arizona women's basketball as they were able to split their road trip between a win over UCF and the loss against Utah. But with the stellar performance that freshman Wildcat Lauren Swan provided against Utah and against the Knights, she was able to be named the Big 12 Freshman of the Week. Swan led the team in scoring during the loss against the Utes and managed to hit 2 out of 5 threes from beyond the arc against UCF, as she also tallied her first career start during the week. So congratulations goes out to Lauren Swan. And the Suns currently looking to shake things up around their roster as the team is set to bench both Bradley Beal and Yusuf Nurkic for their game coming up tonight, as they now have a 4-game losing streak and now sit below 500. Again, a lot of rumor mills swirling about the Suns being interested in Jimmy Butler in the trade reports. And the NFL playoff picture is officially set, and after a dominant performance by running back Jahmyr Gibbs, the Lions will be waiting an extra week as they clinch the bye and the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Goff gets the snap, handoff Gibbs, running left, cuts it up, lowers his shoulder, powering his way to the 1, gets a shove, he's into the end zone! Touchdown Lions! 4th touchdown of the night for Jahmyr Gibbs. This one from 3 yards out, and with 5:14 to go, the Lions lead 30-9. What a night for Jahmyr Gibbs.
And that is exactly what Dan Campbell wanted to see. Go for it, smash mouth football, straight ahead, linemen on their D linemen, linebackers on the linebacker, or tight ends on the linebackers, push it into the end zone the way Gibbs is running.
And with the Lions and Chiefs clinching bye, Super Wildcard Weekend opens up this Saturday. It'll be the Chargers at the Texans, followed by the Steelers at the Ravens on Saturday. Broncos and Bills opens up Sunday's slate, followed by the Packers at the Eagles and the Commanders at the Buccaneers, while the Vikings and the Rams square off for the lone contest to finish up Super Wildcard Weekend on Monday. And I'm Dragon Ball with your 2020 Sports Update on Wildcats Radio 1290.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio, 1290 Traffic and Weather Together. Westbound I-10, just as you pass Orange Grove, collision reported there. Westbound I-10 just passing Orange Grove. Westbound I-10 backups approaching El Camino del Cerro Ruthroff to just as you pass Orange Grove. Other collisions, La Cholla and Ajo, southbound slowing. Swan and Camp Lowell and Congress, east of I-10 Congress in Granada. Tomorrow, 68, mostly sunny. On Wednesday, the high near 55 and the lows near 30. 68 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio, 1290 Traffic and Weather Together.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
If you own more than 5 Arizona Wildcats hoodies, 1290 is your radio station because we love the Wildcats as much as you do. This is the home of the Arizona Wildcats. This is Wildcats Radio 1290.
Day in and day out, we're inundated with commercials asking to review your portfolio or telling you to get a second opinion. This is Natalie Fernandez with Meridian Wealth Management, and I want to share the advice I give people every day. Talk to 3 different advisors at 3 different firms. It's important to understand their differences and find someone you can trust. I want Meridian to be one of your 3, and then you will decide who is best for you. To learn more, call us at 719-1433 today.
Advisory services provided by Meridian Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor.
Stay informed on all the latest news from McHale Center and Arizona men's basketball by following us on Twitter at Wildcats1290. When news breaks from Tommy Lloyd's team, we will bring it to you on Wildcats Radio 1290.
Get your backyard summer ready with a custom pool from First Choice Pools. A backyard oasis built around you. First Choice is a full-service builder of beautiful in-ground pools and backyard designs for years of staycations. If you want to dive in this summer, now is the time to visit TucsonPoolBuilder.com. First Choice Pools for installs, renovation, remodeling, and repair. Get started today at TucsonPoolBuilders.com. Ask about our 60-day pool. To be summer ready, First Choice is the only choice.
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener, here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
At Susan G. Komen, we believe that ending breast cancer needs all of us working together. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to honor the loved one you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Visit Komen.org and be a part of our Susan G. Komen community today.
When students struggle because they are hungry
or fall behind because they lack school supplies,
a caring adult can make all the difference.
Especially someone from the community.
Someone who knows the students
and the obstacles they might be facing.
At Communities in Schools, our site coordinators surround students with a community of support
to ensure that they have everything they need to engage in learning.
We go all in for kids, all day, every day.
To learn more, visit communitiesinschools.org.
Ready? Go.
Okay, doctor.
Operation.
No, the most amazing care.
They changed my life. Kindness Hospital for Children! Because people just like you, kids like me, can play in the game of life. Thank you! Go to loveshriners.org right away. Thank you!
KCUB Tucson, a Cumulus media station. The one and only home of the Jim Rome Show. Rich Eisen and DK on the sports tip.
Oh, game on. Did I say that? Sorry. Game on.
We are Wildcats Radio 1290. Live from the CNWT.
Wait, what's the CNWT?
Central Northwest Tucson, duh.
It's DK on the Sports Tip with your host, David Kelly.
Radio. Just when I thought I was out, they drug me back in.
Featuring J.W. Madden.
Don't tell me about flip-flops, man. I'm a native.
David Amata.
Hey, that's Dragon Ball to you.
And Cricket getting you home with traffic and weather.
Camp on Melt Lemon, not in the left lane on the freeway.
Here we go! And now, a man who has not one, but 3 first names. David Scott Kelly.
Hour number 3 of the first show of 2025. DK on the Sports Tip. So glad you could be with us here. Wildcats Radio 1290. We want to hear from you today. 520-848-1290. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. You can call us at that number. You can text us at that number. You can head on over to Twitter and take part in our question of the day. How many road games in the Big 12 in the Big 12 do you think the Arizona Wildcats will win this year? So head on over and jump in on that as well. We talked about Corbin Burns' deal with the Arizona Diamondbacks. We talked about the Arizona basketball team getting a big road win at Cincinnati. They'll play West Virginia tomorrow. Our coverage tomorrow begins at 1:30, so a little bit earlier with the trip out east and the earlier start time, which is, I guess, kind of good because Saturday we're gonna be working really late. Tip off. I think the next 2 home games are 8 and 9. If I'm not mistaken. The Baylor game is a 9 o'clock tip off time, so you got 8 o'clock on Saturday and then 9 o'clock the following Tuesday for those 2 games. So those will be late nights.
Those are called pajama nights.
Yeah, well, I got some new pajamas to wear, so I might be wearing one. I might be wearing them. Well, I can't because I got to go to the game, so I'm not wearing my pajamas to the game. But, yeah, it's going to be some late nights coming up here for the Arizona Wildcats in the not-too-distant future. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. I promised you earlier that I have a sweet deal for you, a sweet deal. So I should probably go ahead and give you that right now. It is to the world-famous Zope Family Circus.
All right.
Yeah, which gets going. We had a great conversation. Head on over to our website. We had a great conversation with one of the members of the Zope Family Circus last year.
I'm biased, but that was one of the best interviews I think we've done for the Tucson Review Show.
For the Tucson Review Show, yeah. Just awesome. Detailing the entire history of how this whole thing came together. So the Zope Family Circus will be in town for their 2-week fortnight, beginning on January the 10th, which is what? Is that Saturday, I believe the 10th is? Or is that some Friday? Friday night through the 26th. You can get an admission ticket for just $12.50 through our sweet deal. Normally that ticket's going to cost you $25. It's going to go on sale Friday morning at 8:30 a.m. at WildcatsRadio1290.com. The Zope Family Circus, Old World Italian Charm, 14th year in a row that they have been here in southern Arizona, setting up their big top tent in the parking lot on the corner of Congress and Avenida del Convento in the Mercado District. I remember when it was over in Reed Park in my neighborhood when I used to live over there. They would set up the big tent over in Reed Park I remember the first time because I would be running over there and I'm like, what is this big tent going up right in the middle of the park? 178 years. The Zope Family Circus has enchanted audiences with wonder, magic, and humor. Make family memories that will last a lifetime. They shoot the guy out of the canyon. That's real cool. You've got the what do they call it? The contortionists. That's it's amazing to see those athletic young ladies up on the vines and the ropes and the things that they can do up there way above the ground.
Dragon Ball, when you see
the heck out of me.
A woman contorting herself through a hoop or something, does that make you feel good, or does that make you feel like maybe you're concerned about her safety?
There's a part of me that is a very inspired over, wow, someone found that they have that skill. And
Bones aren't supposed to bend that way.
And immediately my thought goes, how did they find out they could do that?
Right.
What happened to them? And they decided that they were going to make a career out of it. That's always been my biggest thing with contortionism is that it's such a very specific. It's like being double jointed.
Right. No, that's it exactly. Because I've seen a lot. Ringling Brothers we did every year, my whole childhood. I've probably been to 15 of those. The whole idea of trapeze artists and, taming the elephant, all the different things. I figured like, hey, enough practice. And if you didn't have fear of falling in the trapeze, you brought up when you were young enough. But the idea of some of the contortionism stuff, like not the average person can't do that.
Like the gymnastics and things like that. It's like, okay, maybe they went to school, they were in a gymnastics team, or they were in cheerleading or something to that nature. With the contortionism and the double jointedness and everything like that, it's just there had to be something where they found that out by accident.
Yeah.
And just thought it was cool and just did it to freak out their friends. And they're like, oh, I can make a living off of this now. Because I know I had a lot of friends that were just double jointed with their shoulder, and they would just like pop it out and just do that in front of everybody. And we'd all say, this is why we don't want to hang out with you at
Was
McDonald's
that part
afterwards.
of the Marana family circus?
Marana family.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's what we called the drama class, but that's pretty close to what the Marana High School drama class was.
All right, if you can't get our sweet deal, tickets are available at mercadodistrict.com/Zoppe. That's ZOPPE. But again, a sweet deal, $25 ticket for $12.50 this Friday morning, 8:30 a.m. over at Wildcats Radio 1290.com. The Zoppe Family Circus. Check it out. All right, 520-848-1290. We've got, of course, the college football playoff semifinals are coming up this week. And we watched a little bit of the game. Well, we watched the last quarter of the ASU game.
So good.
Against
that was the best quarter
Texas.
of football.
Yeah, that was really good.
And the drama at the end there with the fourth down play, and the missed field goals,
just
and everything.
Amazing
it was crazy.
How they were that close
to
winning. A fourth down stop away from winning.
Well, there was like the
and then
targeting.
It all just kind of.
There was the targeting.
Yeah,
play,
I didn't think that was targeting.
No. I'm not. I'm just saying. Think about all the different, points in the end of that game that could have gone
the waves
one
that went through it,
one way or the other. There were like 5 of those plays in the last 5 minutes. It was crazy.
Now they certainly could have called targeting, and I would have understood that. But I thought that was a legitimate good hit there by the young man from Texas. I'm sure the Sun Devil people will. But it just amazed me how people, and I guess we do this with a lot of things, but people took such a great game and turned it into that one play. It's like, oh, that's all you saw on social media after the game was it targeting? Was it not targeting? And then you get the outrageous headlines that go with, Dillingham slams officials, in which he never did that. It's crazy. It's crazy to think, but that we can turn such a great football game into a minuscule thing just based off one element of that great game. I mean, Cam Scatterbo. I mean, of all the things that he's done all season, and he's done some pretty amazing things. That pass was just for a guy, because you don't expect a bulky running back to be able to make a pass like that he did. To get the touchdown.
That got it started, too.
Yeah.
I mean, he was kind of like bottled up right before that, through that pass, and I think he wound up with 150-plus yards rushing, too. I mean, he had a good game at the end of the day. That Texas defense, that's tough defense, and if they ever figure out how to score the ball, then I think that has to be probably the favorite. I mean, they obviously played 3.5 quarters of great football, and then ASU just, finished down the stretch.
Now, remember I said I thought Notre Dame was legit?
Yeah.
I still think they might be the best team. I mean, Ohio State is playing as good as anybody right now, but I'd be real interested to see if those two teams line. I think Notre Dame will beat Penn State, so I think they're going to be in that championship game. And I don't know that Texas stays with Ohio State. We'll see.
Speed, right? I mean, the Ohio State really made Oregon look slow.
Yeah.
And that's not easy to do. I mean, that was,
at all.
We were looking forward to that Rose Bowl, the traditional old Pac-10, Big Ten rivals and all that. But unfortunately, that wasn't a great game.
No.
But, yeah.
I slept through the second half.
Yeah. What's his number 4 for Ohio State, wasn't it? Howard?
Yeah.
Or Gabriel,
Howard.
Right?
No.
Henderson, right?
Yeah,
He's the guy. Yeah. Anyway, they had so much more speed on the outside, and Ohio State was just running circles around the Ducks. So, I mean, I would have liked to seen the Ducks go further. I wasn't necessarily rooting for them, but to see an old, family cousin from the pack do well in the postseason after how many years of us hearing how they didn't play football well on the West Coast. I was kind of looking forward to that. But hey, tip your cap. Buckeyes are playing great ball right now.
Oh yeah.
Did you guys go out or stay in on New Year's Eve?
Oh, I was staying in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't go out.
No. We went to an early party. Like an early party that started around 5 o'clock and was done by like maybe about 9:30, and then we went home. I
got up and watched the sunrise on January 1st.
That's right. You said you were going to do that.
Well, that was my dad's old tradition. My dad, when he got older, he talked about not wanting to stay up late, but he always, I think for the last like 30 years of his life, he would get up and watch the first sunrise, welcoming in the new year. And I just happened to be up at that time, so I took a picture with the first sunrise of the new year.
We were awake, but we actually missed it.
Yeah.
Because I accidentally rewound something that we were watching.
Right.
And forgot to bring it back. And so we were like about 15 seconds behind.
That's fine. It's just a delay, right?
Yeah.
You just got a little slight delay.
And we toasted and we had toast. That's our new thing. We also, my wife says that's your thing. She thinks it's kind of stupid. But we had toast. Like actual toast.
What kind of toast?
With jelly. Just wheat toast.
Wheat bread.
Yeah, wheat bread. I'm a wheat bread person.
Cool.
Wheat bread with toast with grape jelly. Yeah, it was really good with my champagne toast.
I don't really remember what I ate because of champagne.
That can do it to you.
Yeah.
Then we got up and played golf on New Year's Day.
Nice.
Yeah.
I bet you there weren't a lot of people out there.
Actually, there were. There were actually quite a few people, more people than we thought, because we had to wait. We did a lot of waiting on that. We just played like the little 9-hole push ridge course up there at the El Conquistador Hotel, and it was people on every hole. So it was.
How about you, Dragon Ball? Who do you think's going to win the college football playoff?
Oh, I certainly think that the biggest thing that I took away from it was that, man, that bye week didn't really mean squat to a lot of people, did it?
We didn't even talk about that. Okay, so like the first round, it was just blowout. Second round, every single underdog won. All the lower seeded teams.
All lower seeds, yeah.
Yeah, no, I thought to myself, man, this is a real, maybe, just maybe, George Kliavkov should have argued to put the winner in the 12 seed rather than have the bye week. But again, that's a conversation for another time. I think if I'm going to be just looking at the 4 teams that are left and based on what they've done just over the course of the last 2 games, I think my best bet would be to hedge it on Ohio State. I think that they've really figured out what it is that they need to do to win. They haven't gotten in their own way, which was the biggest issue with Ryan Day coach football programs prior to this playoff, it seems like. And if that's the case, if Ryan Day's like, you know what, we're just going to play our game. We're not going to try to outthink the other guys, just out-athlete them and do what we do best. If they can do that, they've got a good chance to do that against Texas. If they got to do that against a Notre Dame, I'd be a little bit more hesitant. But if it's a Penn State, Ohio State game, I'm taking Ohio State and betting the house.
Well, how about the fact that you've got 2 teams in the Final Four, one in Notre Dame, who their fan base wanted to fire their head coach after they lost earlier in the year to Northern Illinois, and another in Ohio State who wanted to fire their head coach
after another loss to Michigan.
That was my question: is he retained after this season if they win the national championship? Because it's like 4 in a row to Michigan. I don't know. I don't know if he's good enough to coach that team.
Not to mention, James Franklin has been seemingly on the chopping block the last 2 years because he can't win in the Big Ten. He can't win the big ones in the Big Ten. Now all of a sudden he's got them in the semifinals. If he can get into the national championship game and then has to potentially either lose to Ohio State, everyone's like, see, the minute he has to go up against the Big Ten team, suddenly he can't win again.
Right now, Arizona, according to On3, Arizona's recruiting, their transfer portal class ranked 15th out of 16 in the Big 12. So they've gotten some kids in. They've lost 29. They've gotten 17 in.
Is that like a zero-sum situation where they count the players leaving versus the players coming, and that's where the ranking goes? Or is it just straight incoming?
I think it's a zero sum, like you said.
Yeah. So I mean, they're going to lose the quality at the top, right? I mean, you talk about, Takario Manu, those kind of guys. Like
now, if you're looking at I don't know if I can get it to just give me like based on the rating number for just the guys coming in, but it looks like the Texas Tech has an 81. Arizona has a 67. So regardless, they're going to be on the low end. They're going to be in the bottom 6 probably of how these guys that they're bringing in are all rated. Because it looks like, I mean, they're still going to be on the low end. So again, that's I'm not. These are the people they get paid to do these rankings. I couldn't tell you how good or bad. I mean, the Trey Spivey signing excites me just because, again, I think that's a kid that you were trying to get out of high school. And I've always talked about that. You got to get those kids. You got to get the kids that you wanted to get out of high school that went somewhere else, bounce back kids like that. You got to get them. And that's another weapon for your quarterback, Noah Fafita. And obviously I have a history. His dad was on one of my minor league teams back in the day, the great Junior Spivey, who was on the Diamondbacks 2001 World Series team. So good stuff there. All right, we got to get to break. We're late. We're going to talk to Bruce Pascoe coming up next. DK on the Sports Tip. Cricket getting you home every 20 minutes on the 5s with your traffic and your weather.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is your Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic. With some I-10 slowing, majority of the heavier slowing on westbound I-10 between Miracle Mile to just as you pass Ruth Ruff, El Camino del Cerro. Some lighter slowing westbound I-10 approaching Ina due to an earlier collision. Other crashes, Swan and Camp Lowell, and also La Cholla and Ajo Way. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 68 for Wednesday, 55 the high. Lows near 31 at 65 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic and weather together.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places to take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/creditcard.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen here. Tune in each weekday for The Rich Eisen Show right here on Tucson's home of Arizona Wildcats football and the National Football League. Wildcats Radio 1290.
Hey, Eugene, what's with the giant pile of scratcher tickets?
Just my next greatest idea ever.
Playing the lottery?
That's right, Doug. With all my winnings, I can enroll in the UberTube car repair classes and finally fix your car right. No more disasters, Doug. Your luck is about to change.
Well, then keep on scratching, Eugene.
Good luck, Eugene. But if you need a sure thing for your next set of tires or automotive repair, check out Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. With more than 35 Top Shop awards and our Partners Network 3-year nationwide warranty, you can count on Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care.
And check out this month's special savings.
You'll find an entire page of them online at jackfurriers.com. Savings on tires, oil changes, batteries, wheel alignments, and more.
So call ahead, make an appointment online, or just stop by any of our 14 area locations.
Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. Since 1960, here to get you there.
Hey homeowners, are you ready to chill out and go green? Goodfellas Air Conditioning can help. Introducing our latest lineup of energy-efficient systems featuring the new R32 refrigerant. It's cooler, greener, and better for the planet. You'll enjoy lower energy bills and a smaller carbon footprint. Not a fan of change? Goodfellas has a surplus of reliable R410 systems available. Unsure about what system you have or have questions? Give us a call for a free inspection. Goodfellas Air Conditioning, keeping it cool, keeping it green, and always keeping you comfortable.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with autopay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without autopay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Is Cialis Daily really better than Viagra?
If you like spontaneity, the answer is yes. So when the mood strikes, you're ready to go.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
When you take it, you're ready to go.
Does Cialis Daily last longer than Viagra?
Guys are raving that their results last even longer.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Are 30-day sample packs available?
You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TryRexMD.com with generics at just $1 per tablet, if appropriate. Online approval at TryRexMD.com is simple, with medication delivered direct to your door. There's no copay, no doctor office visit, and your shipping is always free. Visit TryRexMD.com to get your sample pack. That's TryRexMD.com.
Don't miss a minute of the best Arizona Wildcats coverage in town. Tell Alexa, play Wildcats Radio 1290. This is your home of Arizona football, men's basketball, and baseball. Wildcats Radio 1290.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish are on a roll in women's college basketball. Currently ranked third in the nation, they're now 12-2 on the season following a 76-66 win over North Carolina on Sunday. The victory was their 7th in a row and 4th this season over another ranked team. They have already notched wins over USC, Texas, and UConn. How have the Irish been so successful? The answer, three-point shooting. They entered Sunday's contest as the best three-point shooting team in the nation and hit 13 of their 21 tries in this one. Junior guard Olivia Miles had 19 points and a career-high 5 triples of her own.
Not everything matters. If you miss a three, it doesn't matter. I used to hang on to those misses so much, and it would make me miss more. So now I have the mindset that just let it fly. I've, put the time in, I put the work in, and, it's showing on the court.
Notre Dame will be back in action on Thursday against Wake Forest. With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Maggie Gray on Westwood One.
And Doug. Limu wanted me to tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. He says because we all like to save a buck. No, okay, he said with the extra cash, you can lease a new truck. Wait, he said he went to middle school with geese and ducks? Actually, I think Limu just said squawk.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290. It's the Wildcat Hour, which means it's time for our Arizona Insiders.
Am I late?
No, my boy, you're just in time. Each weekday, Wildcats Radio 1290 brings you all the latest news and opinions of U of A basketball and the Big 12. So bear down, Wildcat Nation, and let's talk Arizona basketball. Our Arizona Insiders are brought to you by Coors Light, an official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. Coors Light. Choose chill.
All right, he is the man that goes on the road with the Arizona Wildcats, the beat writer for the Arizona Daily Star. His name is Bruce Pascoe. He joins us now from Morgantown, West Virginia. Bruce, have you ever been to Morgantown?
No, I'm happy to be here. I always like new places wherever they are, for better or worse. It's always interesting. So, and it's just so we're hitting it right in the middle of a little storm here. So it's kind of cool. It just snows and come down literally since the minute I got here last night.
Yeah, and it was a little bit cold, we understand, in Cincinnati, but the Wildcats were able to get out of there with a win. What were your top takeaways from the Wildcats' performance at the Fifth Third Arena on Saturday?
I think the biggest thing was just that they actually had kind of some will to get it done. I just kept going back to that UCLA game and they let 13 points melt away and didn't really have a response. This time they let 19 melt away and did have sort of a response, and some will. And I think the other thing is that they're just guys are settling their roles a little bit better now, and there seems to be better ball movement, better teamwork. I think because guys are getting used to playing without Krivas, and they've accepted the roles. And ironically, or maybe this is why, but some of their best players are coming off the bench right now. It's really a weird dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about obviously the big thing has been the impressive play of Henry Vesar, and the thing that I've really liked is, again, is what he's adding at the offensive end, but his defense has been just, defending out front, defending in the corner, defending in the post, tenacious in getting rebounds. I mean, the play where he tipped the ball to himself 2-3 times to get the offensive rebound and get a dunk. I mean, he's just been so active at both ends of the floor for this team. Yeah,
I mean, and I think it's interesting. I mean, I think, that I remember his first Red-Blue game when he was a freshman. You could see he could move, and he, being that size, and he had some skills really that could translate on both ends of the court. But you didn't really see that, much of last year, that year, freshman year. And then last year, of course, he was out, and so he's kind of grown into that. And I think, I talked to him a little bit after the game, and I think he's kind of a easygoing guy, and I think he responds well when he's kind of had a fire lit under him, and he knows now. This was a game when Tobey Waka was really struggling. They needed help inside. They had a big guy to match up against in Cincinnati that Vesar did match up well against. And, Vesar told me afterwards he really liked the fact that he was playing in kind of a hostile environment and people root against him. He said he liked doing that when he was playing for Real Madrid, and they'd go in. He was playing for their top youth club, and they go into these other little Spanish towns, and everybody would just root against him because they hated Real Madrid because they were like the big team, like the Dallas Cowboys or something. And then, a little national. So he has that in him, little edge. I think that's a good sign for Arizona to see that come out, because they're going to need a lot from him.
Well, and it's interesting that you bring that up. I mean, that's one of the things we don't necessarily think about, is that some of these European players have been in some pretty, raucous environments. Yeah, maybe they don't have the same type of high school situation, but some of these guys that have played big-time club ball and that kind of thing have been in some places where it can get a little bit crazy there in Europe in terms of the basketball. So they may walk into some of these situations in the United States in hostile environments and not necessarily be overwhelmed. That's a big benefit for a guy like him.
Yeah, and they have these. I mean, he's from Estonia too, and they have these friendlies, they call them, which aren't friendly really, but they're with the other Lithuania, some of the neighboring countries, and that's quite a rivalry of those teams. So, and these kids they're just they're at the youth level, but even the youth level, the fans get into it, and the players get into it, and it's a big deal to be kind of a hated opponent. So he liked that, and that is something, because they're gonna, and that's a good thing. Arizona's going to see that a lot. They saw it a little bit at Cincinnati, but actually I thought that crowd was actually really quiet for most of the game until Cincinnati kind of closed in the second half. But I got to think that, some of these other Big 12, maybe the more traditional Big 12 sites or whatever, they're known for really hostile environments. Iowa State, Kansas, some of these places they're going to, it's going to be rough, and they're going to need some kind of backbone to survive.
Bruce, Henry's been playing out of his mind. My really important question to you is, it's been Vesar this whole time. Now, in the post game the other night, Coach Lloyd very specifically said Vesar. Now, which is it?
I was told since the beginning he got here it was Vesar, and I think that came from him. But I have heard more and more people see that. So my guess, knowing Henry, he probably doesn't care, what people call it. He's just that kind of guy. But I should ask again, actually, because that is an interesting point. And I just heard somebody say that today. And I'm like,
oh, boy.
No, it's Vesar. It looks like Vesar, of course. And, you might wonder if you pronounce the first name. with a French accent or something. No, you don't. And it's face. I don't know. It's Estonian. Who knows? That's a difficult language for any of us to grasp.
Oh boy, it's like the football player Kedrick Risino. Nobody knew how to pronounce his name for the first 6 games of the season until he had a good game. We finally found out from him it was Risino and not Riscano, which everybody had been saying for the first quarter of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those languages. It's a small country, and they know nobody can speak their language, so they all, they all know English and probably some other languages too. It's amazing, really. But yeah, it's really, really tricky from what I've seen about it.
We're joined by Bruce Pascoe. He is your Arizona insider on this first Monday of the new year, brought to you by Coors Light. Coors Light is an official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. Coors Light. Choose chill. All right, Bruce, you were talking about some of these other hostile environments that they're going to go into, starting with tomorrow night in West Virginia. So we're going to ask you our question of the day here and see what you think. There's going to be 10 road games in this new conference. They've already won 1. How many do you think they'll win overall on the road in the Big 12?
Yeah, well, and tomorrow's a toss-up too, I think, because this snowstorm actually might scare off some fans, and also the students aren't there, and you never know. But I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say 4 maybe, but that counts the one they already did. But I think they're going to lose 1 or 2 at home, just because there always seems to be that happening. And Iowa State coming into McHale, I mean, that's going to be tough. Those teams are not going to be afraid playing in McHale. It'll be different for them, but they won't be intimidated by it. So I think it'll wash out. I guess I haven't really thought about that, David. It could be just 2 or 3 though. That wouldn't be a surprise. But I think they might be able to pull out 3 or 4, and then again lose some at home. And I think overall though they know they've got to get 11 or 12 at least to have a shot at the postseason.
All right, so I said 5 total, including the one they've already won. Dragon Ball said 5 total. J-Dub said he believes 6 wins on the road. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. So
wow.
But you're the man in the know. So if you think it might only be 4.
I just think it's really tough. I mean, you know what? And if you saw it after, if we did this poll after the UCLA game, it might be they might lose all of them.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah. And the last 4 are the real tough. I mean, you got to go to Kansas State, Baylor, Iowa State, and Kansas at the end. That's going to be a really tough end to this. So they need to pile these W's up on the road early, I think, because that last stretch is going to be very difficult.
Exactly. Yeah, they're back-to-back Saturdays. Iowa State, Kansas. They, I think even playing at BYU is going to be a challenge. It's just, and Texas Tech. I mean, there's no Baylor. I mean, it's just going to be really hard. And ASU. That's why I'm thinking, where are they going to pick up the road ones? They need to win. 9 of them at home, and then if they can get at least 3 or 4 on the road, maybe they can get more, like you guys say, maybe. But I just think, and it's not a knock on them. I just think this is a really tough conference to play in, and that's the way it's going to be. But I think tomorrow, to your point, David, I think this is a game they can and ideally need to pick up, because it isn't going to be as bad, I don't think, environmentally as some of the other games down the road. And they've had a couple days to kind of chill out and prepare. They've got their confidence going. So go in, if you're Arizona, go in and get this one now, and then, get rolling a little bit, because there are going to be tougher times ahead.
Bruce, what was the dynamic in the team practicing at Xavier on the front part of this trip in Cincinnati, and obviously former coach Sean Miller being the boss over there?
Yeah, that was interesting. I wasn't there for it, but I think the way they explained it to me, it was Xavier actually hosts a lot of teams because Cincinnati's facilities are kind of limited, so they just kind of open the door. And I think in this business there's kind of a camaraderie within coaches, even if they're sort of rivals. But obviously I think this was really interesting that Sean Miller himself signed off on it, because Ryan Reynolds, the director of ops, who was the ops guy at Arizona with him, he went back to Xavier with Miller, and he told me, he says, "Hey, I just went to him, at the beginning of the season, and said, would this be okay?" And Miller's like, "Yeah, like no big deal." Like they were out of town anyway. They had left that day to go to prepare for a game at Georgetown. So it kind of worked out on both sides. And, but I think pretty neat in a way that there's that connection, because it's not only Miller, who left on pretty rough terms, but there's a bunch of guys on that staff. Reynolds, Ryan Anderson, who played for the Wildcats, for 1 year under Miller. One of Miller's sons is on that staff. And Adam Cohen, their associate, was actually a manager for Lude back in the day. So they've got a lot of ties, and that's what Reynolds was telling me, is that they know what they follow Arizona. They're fans, in a way. So there is kind of a connection there, even though when you think about Sean Miller, you might assume it's maybe a little bit fractured, but it's not really. It seems like.
Real quick, Bruce, you obviously were in the Bahamas and saw the first meeting. What do you think is going to be key for Arizona to win this time around?
Well, they're kind of, what I found today is that in a way there's, even though it wasn't that long ago, there's really some different dynamics to these teams, because Tucker DeVries was the guy who really killed them down there. He had 8 of 12 threes. They ran a lot of screens for him sort of around the top of the key and broke open. And, I think he's out now, but they still do that. And they have Javon Small, and, I've got a freshman, Jonathan Powell, who's shooting well. So I think they're going to have to, play a lot better ball screen defense. That's probably a key. And I think, Jaden Bradley was telling me today, he felt they've gotten a lot better in that area, just communicating and, and just kind of knowing, how to work with each other better than they were at that point. So that'll be a key if they can handle that. I mean, Jamal Small is just on a roll right now, and he was the Big 12 Player of the Week. He beat Kansas, helped them beat Kansas. So that's going to be a tricky thing there. And then they have a big guy that wasn't in that game that they didn't see that they're going to have to match up against, and that's what Baystar may need to play a big role against him, and Baystar was not a factor at all in the Bahamas, so it could be a completely different game. We'll see how it plays out.
Other than the distance, Bruce, and the fact that obviously it's an extra day of rest in between, have there been other noticeable differences about this first Big 12 road trip?
No, I don't think so. It's actually, I asked Bradley today about, does it feel like a Pac-12 trip, because the Pac-12 was doing those Thursday,
Wednesday, Saturday, Thursday, Sunday,
Wednesday, Saturday, and sometimes you have those, but it's just a different feel. And sometimes, if they were just LA or sometimes teams actually went back and forth. Usually Arizona didn't, but he said he still thought it was different just because the environments are different. And I think that's the thing. It is a little further. And I don't know. I mean, I think in a way it's a lot similar. In fact, I think Morgantown honestly is a little bit bigger version of Pullman, and maybe a little Appalachia flavor to it, but it's kind of the same thing. There's hills, snow, kind of college town. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. I think and they charter everywhere, so I don't know. Just looking at it like I am, I don't think it's all that much different, really.
Did you drive from Cincinnati or did you fly?
Yeah, I did. I'm crazy. I actually, I was plotting out the cheapest way to do this, and it seemed like Pittsburgh had the best airfares and renting a car there. So I just flew to Pittsburgh, and I'm driving everywhere, which is probably too much driving, but I haven't seen much of this part of the country, so it's kind of interesting. I actually went through Charleston, West Virginia, and drove, as the storm hit yesterday, and I got here last night. So, I'm trying to, a little tourist action while I'm here, I guess.
There you go. All right, well, stay warm, Bruce.
Yeah. It's no problem. It's not. Yeah, it's not been bad. I actually kind of like. It's kind of a nice change. You know what I mean?
There you go, Bruce Pascoe of the Arizona Daily Star. Thanks, brother.
All right. Thanks for having me, Dave. Appreciate it.
Thanks to Coors Light for bringing you today's Arizona Insiders on Wildcats Radio 1290. Coors Light is an official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. Choose chill.
Cricket getting you home every 20 minutes on the fives, a little bit later than normal, but she still gets you home with traffic and weather.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is your Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic and weather together. New collision Broadway near Campbell on Broadway to the west of Campbell. Also clearing La Cholla and Ajo. Some slowing at that intersection on southbound La Cholla at Ajo Way. We've got some freeway backups. The westbound side of I-10, westbound I-10 slowing, approaching Prince Road to as you approach Orange Grove. And for your weather, we're looking at mostly sunny skies, 68 tomorrow. For Wednesday, 55 the high, 31 the low. 64 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio, 1290 traffic and weather together.
This report is sponsored by KFC. KFC bowls are back for just $5. Try 5 deliciously different bowls, like the new Nashville Hot Loaded Fry Bowl, or returning fan favorites like the Mac and Cheese Bowl or Nashville Hot Famous Bowl. Packed with all your favorite flavors, they've got your cravings covered.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? Yeah, you bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code 1290WILDCAT. That's code 1290WILDCAT for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. 21 and over. Arizona only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
DK on the Sports Tip, 3 to 6 weekdays.
It's like you got one of those 250 horsepower engines.
I think 390, 360.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Holy mackerel. What do you got?
It's a Hemi 5.7.
Are you out there street racing?
So here's the headline. Cricket, famous for traffic reports, crashes her car going 115 on Speedway. Probably not the best headline. So,
okay,
yeah.
right. All right, you're not jumping over anything like
Dukes of Hazzard,
right?
No, I want to, though. It's epic.
Wildcats Radio 1290.
This is Zach Gelb with the Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Sam Darnold had a tremendous regular season with an awful final game. Sam last night with the #1 seed in NFC North crown on the line was extremely jittery and missed high on many throws, only completing 18 of 41 passes for 166 yards. And that performance provides more merit to the claim that the Vikings will allow Darnold to ink a lucrative contract elsewhere this offseason while handing the baton over to J.J. McCarthy. I'm Zach Gelb.
Hey, Arizona, it's time for football at BetMGM. Take the field using promo code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. When you register with BetMGM, you'll get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, live betting options, original bets, and the best daily promotions in the business. Plus, when you huddle up with BetMGM at your fingertips, every pass, every catch, and every game matter more than ever. Remember to use code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Football is back, Arizona sports fans. Don't miss out on any of the hard-hitting action. Place your moneyline prop and parlay bets with BetMGM today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Arizona only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290.
Henry Vesar, and I'm from Tallinn, Estonia.
One more time.
Henry Vesar.
I think if he says, it sounds like he's saying Vesar. Henry Vesar from Estonia.
Henry Vesar, and I'm from Tallinn, Estonia.
That being said, DK, I want to go ahead and state this. Even if that's how he pronounces it, it might be a situation where the family will tell him that he is mispronouncing it because he is saying it easier for him, because that has been my problem for years now.
Well, now that you're doing traffic,
yeah,
I mean, there's the famous Houghton thing. You know that one? Yeah. So it's like Houghton my whole life. And then some researchers found out that they pronounce their name Houghton. So then a lot of people started saying Houghton instead of Houghton. As long as nobody's offended, I think that's what matters.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like I said, though, it's just if depending on how he's pronouncing it, it's probably what he's the most comfortable with hearing it as. But it may be a situation where the family is saying, like, no, our name is actually pronounced like this, but it's just like, but this is easier for me to say when I'm introducing myself, because that's been my problem for years now.
Well, it's just like I was telling you guys in the break. I mean, we were calling Kerr Krisa, but he would pronounce it Kerr Krisa. And so at his last season, I called him Kerr Krisa because that's how he pronounced it. We had I think I asked him in an interview, one day and said, "How do you pronounce your first name?" Because because the same thing with the pregame introductions that we do here, and that's where we got that from. For in case Henry starts a game at some point, we have his name already ready to go. But he would always say Katakrisa, and I would say, "Is it Carrot? Is it Curd?" And he would say, "Well," and again, it's when you've got obviously international players, there's different ways to roll, syllables and enunciations and that type of thing. But it sounded more like Katakrisa. Care like Care to me, the way that he was saying.
The first year I worked here at the station, and for the first 2 months, it was Larry. Almost closer to Larry. And it wasn't until I think the third or fourth game of the season that we got clarification because Lori Markkinen, he signed late in the process. So there really wasn't a lot of time to get to know the young man relatively from Finland, right? So we called him, but there wasn't it wasn't an offense-based thing, but the same kind of thing. It's how you have heard it said, and then one day it's, it's Lowry or, however somebody wants it to be said, that's it.
I can't think of how many different versions of Tarjuski that I heard when he was at the U of A. There were so many different ways.
Tarjuski?
Tarjevsky, I think I remember one time I heard someone say Tarchuski. Like
I never heard that.
And I was like, I don't know if that's accurate.
Oh, goodness. Tarchuski. All right. Paul from Phoenix checks in on the text groove. Can the state of Arizona handle another child of a great basketball player, a.k.a. Jimmy Butler, who rumor has it belongs to Michael Jordan?
Oh, no. I don't know about that.
And now we also have Bryce James, son of LeBron James, coming to the University of Arizona. And then he says, actually, Ina Road is technically supposed to be pronounced Ina A Road.
Yeah, Ina. You ready for it? Here's Coach Lloyd in the postgame.
All right.
Thick and thin, and I've always been a huge Henry Visar fan.
That's just Tommy doesn't know how to say stuff. no
you
offense,
got the coach
Tommy's
saying it one
Tommy's
way,
the last person I think I'm going to trust with somebody's name.
But I don't know though, because Coach Lloyd really loves Europe and the whole backpacking trip he took right after college. I feel like he's really embraced how to say a lot of the last names that we maybe don't know. So I think I'm the opposite. I'm going to trust Coach Lloyd. However he says it, that's how I'm going to say it.
And that's the thing. If we trust Tommy Lloyd and how it's supposed to be pronounced, that means we're not trusting the player themselves.
Yes, no, exactly. But I figure Coach is probably hanging out with the player enough to say his name the way that the player would prefer them to be. That's the way I see it.
Oh yeah.
Can I get a Conrad? Can you roll me a Conrad Martinez highlight? Because today is Conrad Martinez's birthday, so we want to wish El Jefe a very happy birthday. I don't know how old he is because they don't give you that information anymore. Like I have no idea how old. I would imagine he's maybe 20. I don't think he's real young, so he's probably 20. This is his second year, right? He's second year guy? Yeah, so he's probably 20, maybe 19 years old, but happy birthday, Conrad Martinez.
Here's Del Orso, lost his man, driving the lane. Kick it out, Martinez, open look at the three. He got it!
Conrad.
Oh, he's doing it all today.
I love that he was ready. Catch and shoot three.
Lexus of Tucson charity three for Conrad Martinez. His third made three of the season.
So, El Jefe, happy birthday, Conrad
Now that
Martinez.
begs the question, because it's always been El Jefecito, which
El
means
Jefecito.
little boss, but his
Okay.
birthday means he's probably getting over the little portion of, maybe it might be offensive at some point. So yeah, maybe it's just
I don't know.
the boss.
I got a buddy from college. His nickname in college was Kid, and we still call him Kid.
Yeah.
Even though he's 40 years old.
I was Juancito until I was in my 30s.
El Jefecito was born on January 6th, 2005. So he is 20 years old today. Thanks to Real GM for that. They don't give you that stuff anymore. Yeah, you never know when people's birthdays are. That's never in the notes. That's never on the bios. So thank goodness for the actual people that know this stuff. Conrad Martinez Villa de Cans is his name. So Martinez is actually his middle name. Villa de Canas. Maybe that's how you pronounce that. We'll have to find out his whole thing. We haven't talked to him. I don't know that maybe there's still a little bit of an English barrier that he has not really been made available to
Let's
us.
see how he pronounces his name.
Okay.
Conrad Martinez. I'm from Granollers, Spain.
Conrad Martinez.
Conrad Martinez.
Conrad Martinez.
I don't think we're going to mess that up.
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. All right. Happy birthday, Conrad. 20 years old. Hopefully, I don't know if I should ask if Bruce got him a present. Probably not.
Probably got him some, chili and spaghetti in the last stop.
Ooh, they got some Skyline chili, especially if Emoy was doing the leading around of the troop.
That was the follow-up question. It's like, okay, well, if you're getting a tour from a local, then you have to be hitting up all the spaghetti chili spots, right?
I'm telling
That's what
you.
Cincinnati's known for.
Oh, they are. They are known for their chili. I've had some Skyline. It's not bad. It's not bad. Tastes pretty good on a hot dog, too. Definitely get it on a hot dog for sure.
Speaking of hot dog, no. We don't need to go there. There's no need. There's no need.
Apparently, they've banned hot dogs somewhere, you're saying?
Well, it's treason. Apparently, it's a treasonous event. If you cook a hot dog in North Korea now, as of today, it's a treasonous event. You can go to a work camp for doing that.
Thank goodness there was no treason in the United States today.
Well, there's no treason, but there is the congestion toll in New York now.
Yeah.
Congestion. That's what they're calling it?
Yeah, if you drive down
that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was this morning. I saw that picture.
What it is.
Yeah, if you drive down certain streets from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., you're charged something like $2.50 or $9.
And the hilarious picture I saw this morning was of the toll at the time of the congestion. There was no cars. So nobody decided that they wanted to pay the extra toll during those times. Yeah.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. All right, well, that's going to do it for our first show of 2005. We appreciate you for joining us. Thanks to everybody that was a part of this broadcast today. Bruce Pasco, Cricket, J-Dub, Dragon Ball. My name is David Kelly. That is our time for tonight. Thank you very much for your time. No show tomorrow because it is a basketball day. We'll be with you starting at 1:30 for Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Game Day ahead of the Wildcat men's game against West Virginia. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Monday night. Bear down, Arizona.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is your Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic. Westbound I-10 freeway slowing on the westbound side of I-10 between Miracle Mile to Ruthroff, El Camino del Cerro. And reportedly overnight tonight, there's going to be some road work at I-10 in Orange Grove. And reportedly, the westbound I-10 Orange Grove off-ramp should close from 9 tonight till 7 tomorrow morning. And for your weather, 68, mostly sunny tomorrow. On Wednesday, 55 is the high with the low near 30 and 64 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic and weather together.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Download the Lowe's app to get their home improvement playbook in your hands so you can get their team's expertise anytime.
Well, it's the first part of a new year, and some people are coming up with some pretty interesting New Year's resolutions.
I'm taking karate classes.
Hey, wait just a minute.
Let's get something really stupid tattooed on our butt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why not make your New Year's resolution to always save up to 40% on your favorite tobacco products at Tobacco Barn? You'll not only save up to 40%, but there's also no city or state sales tax at Tobacco Barn because they're on the reservation.
I'm getting married to the first girl I meet.
Hey there, sweetheart. And you can save up to another $3 with a coupon at TobaccoBarnTucson.com.
Let's try parachuting. Geronimo!
So save up to 40%, save with no city or state sales tax, and save up to another $3 with a coupon at TobaccoBarnTucson.com. But maybe skip the skydiving. Tobacco Barn, Nogales Highway, just south of Valencia. Check TobaccoBarnTucson.com.
If you have a Wildcats license plate on your car, 1290 is your radio station.
Because we love the Wildcats as much as you do.
This is the home of the Arizona Wildcats. This is Wildcats Radio 1290.
Quick, she's over here. I don't know. I just found her like this.
Yeah, she's banged up, but she'll be fine.
Oh, thank God. What can I do?
Just need the keys. And, sir?
Yeah?
Your car's gonna be fine.
Thank you.
Mobile detailing from Recon Auto Detailing. Tired of wear and tear on your vehicle or just tired of cleaning it yourself? We'll come to you. Book with us online and see why we have over 1,100 five-star reviews. Recon Auto Detailing. ReconDetail.com.
The very best in play-by-play is on Tucson's best sports station, Wildcats Radio 1290. This is the home of the Wildcats and NFL play-by-play. This is the one and only Wildcats Radio 1290.
The cold Arizona nights are here. Is your furnace ready? For just $59, Rightway is offering a complete system tune-up, ensuring your furnace runs efficiently to keep your home comfortable all season long. Routine maintenance is key to avoiding costly breakdowns. And with over 9,000 five-star Google reviews, you can trust Rightway to get the job done right. Plus, we'll include a free carbon monoxide test for your peace of mind. Call Rightway today at 520-640-2665 or visit us at rightwayac.com for your $59 complete system tune-up.
3 little words no parent wants to hear.
My tummy hurts.
And it always seems to happen at the worst times. Like in the middle of the morning rush, when you still have homework to check and lunches to pack, and of course, you're already late for work. Luckily, there's Pepto Kids. Pepto Kids chewables provide fast relief for common stomach issues, turning those 3 words into these 3 words.